a quorum. Thank you. Today is our June 1st, 2022 meeting, and we will call to order our closed session portion of tonight's calendar. Ms. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Sanchez? Here. Councilmember Ibarra is not present. Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Councilmember Charette is not present. Councilmember Reynoso is not present. Councilmember Calvin?
Here.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes, I'm present.
And Mayor Valdivia? Okay.
Okay, at this time, we'll recess in a closed session. Thank you.
For the record, there are no public comments.
Thank you, City Clerk. Oh, you do?
There is one. Oh, there is.
Hold on, we do have one public comment. Amanda, do you have a public comment? Yes. Great. Is this for closed session, ma'am?
Yes, she says it's for closed session, but I don't see it. She says it's for closed session. Your phone's here. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Amanda Maldonado Arroyo, and I'm here as a resident today. First of all, I wanted to wish you and your families great health and prosperity. Sorry, I was running home from work trying to get here on time. I wanted to take a minute to come before you today and thank you for a few items I've been seeing happening in downtown. On my way to work, I've seen a gentleman spend some time. Oh yes, it's regarding the revitalization of the Carousel Mall. Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, I've been seeing this gentleman paint our utility boxes beautifully. I also seen a gentleman from Public Works driving around painting the poles. So I wanted to thank you guys for that. And also, I've noticed that the go request times have improved, so thank you very much. But I'm here today to voice a 10-year-old I ran into last week at one of our local schools. So this gentleman, this little boy had asked me, what are you guys doing to bring cool things to San Bernardino? And there's a lot of potential, but I promised that I would be here today to ask you guys, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, that question. And this is some of the questions that our youth has, so I wanted to pass that question along. I also came to request urgency on the downtown revitalization project. We as residents don't want our city leadership to lose the momentum on this opportunity that's in our doorstep. And I thought by working on that and bringing LED lighting to help support the downtown art walk and other projects, as well as our small businesses in the area, our residents will feel a lot much safer coming down to the downtown and enjoying these events. So our safety is our top priority, and I wanted to also make sure that we utilize our resources a little bit better. I know there's been a lot of fires in downtown. So I wanted to ask for the leadership of Mr. Rob Field, as well as all of you, to maybe share updates with us as a community with what's happening, because I've been getting a lot of questions asked, and to be honest, I'm not able to provide, any information. So as residents, if you guys can just share, not details, of course, because we want to respect the agreement that you guys have.
Thank you,
but
ma'am.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll go into closed session. turn to the dais. As we begin tonight's June 1st, 2022, I would ask for a moment of silence. Moment of silence, please, for our friends in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you very much. Okay, we call to order this open session of tonight's meeting. Good evening and welcome to our members present here, also our citizens and residents viewing us on YouTube and Channel 3. Thank you and good evening. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council. Mayor and City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. At this time, we will all stand, please, and I invite Reverend Robert D. Young of the San Bernardino United Pastors to lead us in tonight's invocation, followed by our city manager. Sir, if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance following the invocation.
Good evening, Mayor Valdivia. We thank and praise God for all the city council members. Thank you for this opportunity to pray. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight for a special prayer over the mayor and city council, San Bernardino. We pray tonight that you'll be with us, cover the city council, cover the residents, crown them with more wisdom, more insight to handle your trusted affairs. Cover each worker, every staff, every resident under the sound of my voice. Would they trust you so much? Lord, we are honored that you're with us on tonight. We listen to your gentle voice to keep us focused. Allow us to agree to disagree, but remain united in our purpose to restore and help your people. We invoke your presence over this meeting tonight, Lord. We pray you superintend this meeting. Be with every speaker, every presenter, every resident on tonight. Lord, oversee the agenda on tonight. Allow us to make sound and thoughtful decisions unto you, Lord. As we conclude, Father God, this prayer, we're reminded of 2 Chronicles 7:14, Lord. And we, Father God, on tonight, we humble ourselves and we pray, Father God, and we turn, Lord. So we bless you, Father God, for being with us. And we thank you, Father God, for there's nothing we can do without you, and we can do all things through you. For it is in Christ Jesus' name we pray, amen. And all that agreed, they said amen.
Thank you. Good evening. Gentlemen, remove your caps, please, as we pledge allegiance to our flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Reverend Robert D. Young of the San Bernardino Pastors United, thank you, sir, for your ministry to our city and tonight's invocation, along with our city manager and our Pledge of Allegiance. This time, we'll recognize the city clerk, please, to call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez? Here. Councilmember Ibarra?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Councilmember Charette?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso is not present. Councilmember Kelvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander?
Here.
And Mayor Valdivia.
Here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll ask our city attorney, please, for a report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. We had several closed session items this evening. A conference with our legal counsel regarding existing litigation, anticipated litigation, labor negotiations, and also real property negotiations. We do not have any reportable action on these items.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. Our city manager report, Rob Fields, sir.
Thank you. A lot of neat stuff going on, starting with Memorial Day. We had a Memorial Day ceremony out in front of City Hall. Several council members were there. Mayor was there. We also had Congressman Pete Aguilar, Assemblymember Eloise Gomez-Reyes, and Supervisor Joe Baca. A pretty good turnout of folks, almost surprising. It's such a great day. I want to especially thank Parks, Recreation, and Community Services under the direction of Liddy Gutfeld And our Public Works Department, under the leadership of Daniel Hernandez and Alex Kishta, really made the city shine. It was a great, great day. And we'll be doing that again. San Bernardino is going to be celebrating Juneteenth. There are some celebrations happening around the city. Encourage everyone to participate. Delman Heights, Rudy Hernandez. Also at Valley Community College, they're having a celebration as well. And also at, I'm going to get this wrong, Councilman Alexander, Cathedral of Praise is also having an event. So it should be a great day of celebration. Next up, San Bernardino awarded. We're on kind of a lucky streak with grants. We've gotten several grants recently. So we got a $600,000 parks grant, $605,321, as part of Outdoors for All. This is a very competitive grant, and we not only were awarded a grant, we were awarded one of the higher grant amounts that was awarded through that process. So I want to thank you. Special thanks to Trina Moore, part-time recreation specialist. She wrote and submitted the grant application for us. Next up, now this is not a grant yet necessarily. It's actually more of it's kind of what he's called an earmark, but this is an application that we made to Congressman Aguilar. He has supported our application for $1.4 million to improve Roosevelt Bowl and bring it back up to standards and really make it a better place for convening and for entertaining folks outdoors. It's going to be a great venue, assuming this goes through. And even if it doesn't, we're still going to be working on it. But this would go a long ways towards accelerating that process. Next up, ICSC. It's been a while since they actually had a full-blown ICSC in Las Vegas. It was a pretty big event this year. As you can see, Councilmember Calvin attended, along with a couple of our staff, Stephanie Sanchez and Amanda Hernandez went as well, meeting with various retail developers and operators, trying to bring various new businesses to San Bernardino. And it was as I understand, a very productive trip this year. And everybody's really glad to be able to get back together. Moving on to another type of progress. This is in the second ward. City staff was able to persuade a property owner who owned a pretty dilapidated building at 1600 North Arrowhead, and that building is now gone. It took a lot of work, but thank you. Thank you to code enforcement and to the city attorney's office. They were the ones who were primarily responsible. So Sonia, if you could pass our gratitude along, I'd appreciate it. Next up, business registration, police, and code. There's been some requests periodically from a number of people around here with respect to working to kind of reduce the impact of street vending around town. We're working with sidewalk vendors to encourage them to get into compliance. Business registration and code enforcement, working together with the police department, have been engaged in this effort. It's citywide. We are just really starting to ramp that up now. But it's an important effort as we go to both clean up the city and to support retail operations around the city. The crackdown on street takeover episodes is continuing. The police department is doing a great job of enforcing, arresting, and impounding all across the city. We've already seen a decrease in the amount of that activity. Can't say it's not happening someplace else, but at least not happening here. So I want to thank the police department for their proactive approach. We're also doing commercial truck inspections. As promised, we are in the process of gearing up for truck routes to be established. In the meantime, we have reestablished our commercial enforcement team, and they are out actively inspecting vehicles and periodically impounding or citing operators of vehicles that don't meet standards. Spiker Park. Here we go with parks again. We had a couple meetings with users of the skate park, and we're in the process now of figuring out what it is we're going to do to reestablish that facility in a much improved state. It's almost kind of like a design charrette to give the users of those facilities the opportunity to provide their input. It's been very, very well received. We got cooperation from San Antonio High School, which is right across the street, where a lot of the skaters go to school. And so do want to thank the school district for facilitating that as well. But it's a great and worthwhile community outreach opportunity, and we're going to bring that thing back bigger and better. News and notes. Early literacy stations are now available in all of our libraries. This is one of the efforts that Ed Urjevec, our the city librarian, has been working on for some time. It's a real passion play for him, so it's an important thing for us to do. And Secretary of State Shirley Weber was here on May 15th. Quick visit to black churches around the Empire, including 4 here in San Bernardino. A really, just another one of those indicators that San Bernardino is a place and that people are starting to come back and pay attention. So it's that was an important thing that we were able to accomplish. Finally, city clerk. Surprising to probably no one here that election day is looming, and so the city clerk has established a ballot box in front of their office. So giving people plenty of options for voting this year, including that one. So I want to thank the clerk for that effort and for providing people that opportunity. And with that, I am done with my report. Thank you.
Excellent report, Mr. City Manager. Thank you very much. Very detailed and robust activities here in our city. There is hope. And we appreciate our staff and certainly your management of our city, Mr. City Manager. Thank you very much. At this time, we will go First Ward through 7th Ward, and we'll start with Councilman Ted Sanchez of the First Ward. Sir?
Yes, I'd like to announce the inaugural 5K Sunday, June 12th of this year, and it will be in downtown San Bernardino. Please register at www.rewritten.org. And it's being hosted by our very own Chris Gonzalez in partnership with Rewritten, an organization supporting the fatherless and the underserved. And so I'd invite all of us to sign up for that and enjoy a quick little race in our historic downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Ibarra, 2nd District.
Thank you. I have several announcements for the 2nd Ward. But for tomorrow, for any homeowners that are falling behind on your mortgage, just know that tomorrow, Assemblymember Eloise Gomez-Reyes is hosting a webinar from the California Mortgage Relief Program. If you haven't done so, it'll be done via Zoom. If you visit her page, it should have it posted. I have it posted as well on my Facebook, Councilwoman Sandra Ibarra. And that is, once again, for any homeowners that are falling behind on their mortgage. That's tomorrow afternoon, starting at 5 p.m. On the 3rd, on Friday, we're actually starting the movies in the park. The first one will be held at Haynes Park on the corner of 9th and E Street, starting at 5 p.m. They will be having booths out there, so that way you can get to know what's out in the community. And that is, the address is 900 North E Street, tomorrow, starting Friday. And these movie nights will be held at different parks throughout the whole city. Next up, on Saturday, June 4th, the Neighborhood Association presidents will be meeting at the Lutheran Church for a joint meeting with Wildwood Park's annual fundraiser, the Pancake Breakfast Fundraiser. And it starts Saturday at 8 a.m. and ends at 10 a.m. The address for Lutheran Church is 5050 North Sierra Way. And then we're also having, for the 2nd Ward and parts of 7th Ward, the Valencia and Perez Hill Neighborhood Association are having a combined neighborhood association meeting on Wednesday, June 8th at 6 p.m. They will be meeting at the Denny's Restaurant, 702 East Highland Avenue. And of course, don't forget, Tuesday, June 7th, to come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. This table keeps moving on me here. Mr. City Manager, I want to say a big thank you for the Memorial Day ceremony to Lydia as well, and the whole department, the Parks and Rec Department. I saw multiple staff members there as well. A lot of work went into that. I feel that that's something that the community needs, and we should continue to do that every year and possibly include other major days as well, like Veterans Day and things like that. So thank you to the other dignitaries that did attend as well. We had the congressman, supervisor, the assembly member, and I feel like I'm forgetting 1 or 2 others as well. So thank you to them.
Actually, Gwen Dowdy Rogers from the school board was there as well.
Okay. So thank you to them, and thank you to you and to Lydia and everybody else for putting that together. It was a great event. The Neighborhood Association, the South Point Community Builders will be having, who's part of the Neighborhood Association Council. They're down on at the south end of the city. They'll be having their next meeting on June 8th at 6 p.m. They'll be hosting it, or they'll be getting together at Colony Park. That's located on Harwick. So again, that's the South Point Community Builders, June 8th at 6 p.m. The Rancho West Neighborhood Association will be having their next meeting on June 30th at 6 p.m. They will be meeting at a different location this time. It'll be at the Village Green Apartments located at 2122 Chestnut Street. So that'll be for the Rancho West Neighborhood Association on June 30th at 6 p.m. I'd also like to, I know you guys can't see this, but it's available online. We're having a summer barbecue and dance on Saturday, June 11th. This is through the Parks and Recreation Community Services Department in the city of San Bernardino. It's going to take place on Saturday, June 11th from 1 to 5 p.m. The dance is free, but there'll be plates available for $8, 2-item plates for $10, and 3-item plates for $13. There'll be all kinds of fun activities and food. We are still looking for donations. If you'd like to donate, they need water, cookies, hot dogs, burgers, buns, things like that type of barbecue stuff. You can coordinate that donation through the Senior Services Office at 909-384-5436. And again, this is for the summer barbecue and dance happening pretty soon here, Saturday, June 11th. So please, we need, they desperately need some donations. So if you'd like to donate some food item, they can't take cash, but any type of food item. And this will take place, my apologies, this will be taking place at Paris Hill Senior Center. So I'm sure, council member, you'll be there, right? Okay. So please come out and participate. Also, the Inland Empire Senior Games are going to be coming pretty soon here to San Bernardino. It's a joint effort between San Bernardino and the city of Fontana. It's for seniors 50 years and up. There'll be basketball, tennis, pickleball, swimming, 5K, 10K, billiards, horseshoes, bowling, golf. There'll be a resource fair. There's going to be all kinds of stuff going on. I'll be providing additional information, but this is going to be taking place later in summer, September 23rd through October 7th. So that's plenty of time to start getting in shape there. So start working out, get it, yeah. So I'll be providing additional information. But this is, again, through our Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department in the city of San Bernardino, and it's the Inland Empire Senior Games. So I'll provide more information as we get closer, but please start looking some of this information up as well. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Charette.
Yeah, thank you. I only have really one announcement, and it's really an elaboration on what Sandra already talked about, and that is the Wildwood Neighborhood Association annual pancake breakfast this Saturday morning. And the elaboration that I want to share with you is that it's going to be a Christmas theme, because they're going to be honoring Tony Marzullo, who most of you or many of you know passed away suddenly a little over a month ago. And he was such a mover and shaker and so involved with that organization. He was the president of the Wildwood Neighborhood Association, and he loved Christmas. I'm told that he put his Christmas tree up like right after Thanksgiving and didn't take it down until like January 20th or something like that. I don't know. He left it up, and he loved Christmas. So they're going to do this pancake breakfast in his honor this year, and it will be a Christmas theme. So they always get a big turnout, and everybody's welcome, not just the North End, not just the Fourth Ward, the Wildwood people, but the entire community is welcome to be up there. Again, the time, I believe, Sandra, was 8 o'clock in the morning, and I think they'll go until they run out of pancake batter. So please come up there and join us.
That's when I show up.
Tickets are on sale at the door.
And the value, I don't know the exact value. It's not much. So everyone in this room can afford it, I'm sure. Come up there and donate and have some pancakes. You got to eat somewhere.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Kim Kelvin of the 6th Ward.
Good evening, San Bernardino, and what a pleasure it is to see all your beautiful faces. I mean, we all have almost a packed house, right, Councilman? Yeah, so thank you all very much for coming out tonight. I wanted to remind everybody that the city of San Bernardino is hiring. sbcity.org, particularly for the youth that are in high school. You wanted to be a lifeguard? Come on out. Make sure that you go on to sbcity.org. We appreciate you. I want to give a shout out to Devalejo Middle School. I went and attended their career day this week, and it was very nice to be there amongst the scholars. As City Manager Field already mentioned, I did attend the Innovating Commerce Services Commission, and it was wonderful. This conference was full of every franchise, developer, broker inside of the entire nation. And what I was there for was to simply see what type of establishments could we bring back here to the city of San Bernardino, because we are really on the move. And so I know that each time that I speak with you all, I ask you for your continued patience. I ask you to report things that you see in the community that needs to be done, because that is all of our responsibility. And we know that there's a lot of crime that is still happening in our city. I don't want that to go not spoken about. We understand, we hear, and we see, and we do welcome our new chief coming on very soon. I want to also mention that on June 13th, Monday, I would like to invite all of Ward 6 to come out to the Northwest PAC community meeting. That is held at 1505 West Highland Avenue at the Dorothy Ingram Library. There you will be able to hear, we got a lot of new development, a lot of things coming to the Ward 6, and I want to share that with you. I'd also, at the end of this meeting, would like to take a moment of silence. We lost a very, very beautiful person this week, Miss Beverly Earl. Miss Beverly Earl worked as a director of Catholic Charities on the West Side for over 40 years in the same position, serving. We could never count the amount of families that she has served throughout San Bernardino, San Bernardino's county, and Riverside County. So there will be more details to come regarding her services. But I also want to thank the 66ers Stadium for allowing us to have her services there. They are a wonderful community stakeholder, and we appreciate them. So if we could, Mayor, please end in a moment of silence. I want to say congratulations to all the 2022 graduates throughout the city. Give them all a hand. And finally, I want to remind everybody how important this vote is. Please make sure that you turn your ballot in. If you have not registered, you're able to walk into any polling site and register right then and there and cast your vote. It is critical. Actually, when you don't do that, you are really slapping our ancestors in the face who could not vote, who had to fight very hard for the vote. Women at one time didn't have a vote. I need for every woman, for everybody in this city, get out and cast your vote June 7th.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilman Damon Alexander of the 7th Ward, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And good evening, San Bernardino, and it's good to see a full, there's almost no empty seats. This is like the theater. It's amazing. Top Gun. Anyway. Yeah, $150 million. That was a great movie. Memorial Day. Thank you, Lydia and your staff and the city manager for putting on a great Memorial Day. Just a reminder, Memorial Day is for those veterans that passed. So just a little, Veterans Day are for those veterans that are living, just to know the difference. That's all. On the 21st, May 21st, I conducted a resource fair for 7th Ward for those some individuals or apartment complexes that were being evicted. So I put together a bunch of folks, the VIP, the San Bernardino County came out strong with several departments. San Bernardino Police Department came out and supported us, San Bernardino County Probation. We were all out there very strong to stop the stem before these folks got evicted, and we didn't want that to happen again because it happened before on Dade Street, and I did not want that to happen again. So we out there, we're at a resource fair, we were all day. They served hot dogs, they gave out resources for those who were getting evicted. So instead of being reactive, we were proactive. So that happened on May 21st. I also represented the city at Entrepreneur High School. They had their inaugural graduation. Over 160 residents at Valley College, and it was a graduation to be. When it's the first one, not like the 230th, it's kind of special. So I was out there with the graduates handing out those, the fake diplomas. You don't get the real ones until later. That was a joke. All right. Let's see here. Yesterday at the last minute, I stepped up and went to see our California Attorney General was in town. He was at Valley College. Rob Bonta, he was there. So I went out there and greeted Rob in behalf of the city and shared with him if there's anything that the city could do, because when the Attorney General of California comes in, you have to greet them like you did with the Secretary of State. Councilmember Calvin had the Secretary of State, last week? The week before? A couple of weeks ago. She was rolling with the Secretary of State. I got to meet the Secretary and they asked him if he had any issues. And the issues that he was talking about was reproductive issues, because as you all know, that the Supreme Court has got some issues going with Roe versus Wade. So he was talking about that. There was Valley College there. There was UC Riverside. There was Cal State San Bernardino. All the students were there, and they were all asking questions. And they were asking questions about guns and all the topics, right, the push-button topics. And the Attorney General was answering them. And one student even asked about, the terrorist attack that happened in 2015. And it threw him for a loop, but he was like, well, what is San Bernardino doing? And when it was over, he looked over, he goes, that's one of your council members, ask him. So, we talked about it. What are we doing? And that, I guess, falls back to all of us on this dais. What are we doing for that doesn't happen again? So we talked about that. So don't forget, San Bernardino County is doing small business grants. So all you small business folk, you can go there and look at small business starting at $5,000. Coming up, June 5th, the San Bernardino has their inaugural wind ensemble at Valley College. The San Bernardino Wind Ensemble has their inaugural presentation at Valley College. The price is $10 US. June 8th is my commissioner's 7th ward. Is there some 7th ward commissioners up in here? I think I saw a couple. But we're having our appreciation. I appreciate my commissioners. They do a lot of hard work for the 7th Ward residents. So I have an 7th Ward Appreciation Day, and that will be at the 66er Stadium. I invite them all there, and we have a good time watching a baseball game. June 14th is Flag Day, so everybody put out their flag. And like Councilwoman McCollum said, June 7th is vote. It's so important that you vote. If you're not registered to vote, you're doing a disservice to your community, because it's hard up here as council members when candidates say that the council is a do-nothing council. And I prayed on this before I make this statement. There are some candidates that say, let's call this council a do-nothing council more than once. We are a bunch of hard-working individuals, and this is the best council that's been around that I have observed for a while. And we are moving the city forward. And when someone says that this is a do-nothing council, that puts it out there to you guys who don't know him that we're not moving the city forward. Well, that is incorrect. And since I sit up here, I take offense when people say such. It's offensive, I believe, to my colleagues that when they call you a do-nothing council, that is inappropriate if you want to preside over said body. So with that being said, I hope and I ask, please, with a cherry on top, don't say that if you want to preside over this council. We're trying to change the narrative. Hashtag change the narrative. Let us move forward like we are. Vote on June 7th, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll recognize Leslie Stevens. Ms. Stevens, welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide the community your Chamber of Commerce announcements. 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales at the Hampton Inn in San Bernardino and a proud board member at the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here with some information of a few things that are going on in June. On Friday, June 3rd at 5 p.m., San Bernardino City Parks Recreation and Community Department features their Starlight Movie Night at Bryce Park. On Sunday, June 5th at 11, the Seroptimus International of San Bernardino hosts their tea time and awards event at the Diamante Banquet Hall on 4851 North Mountain View Avenue. The primary election for the position of mayor and council members for the 1st, 2nd, and 4th wards take place on June 7th. So don't forget to get out and vote. And I have volunteered that anybody at my hotel, if they need a ride to the precinct to vote, I will take them there, because it's very serious that we do that. Also on June 7th is the first of the month's Inland Empire 66ers baseball game at the San Manuel Stadium. Call the Inland Empire 66ers at 909-888-9922 for more information. And also on June 7th, the San Bernardino Unified School Board District meeting takes place at 777 North F Street, beginning at 5:30. And thank you so much. And we had a big event come into San Bernardino over the weekend. That was really cool. I have to say, it took me 5 years to what we call Share Shift Business, a very big AKC dog show that's been in Pomona at the Fairplex since 1971. Share shifted their business into San Bernardino dollars, so that's really a good thing, and they're going to be an annual event. And the entries were very down this year because of gas and things like that, but they're going to come back every single year and make San Bernardino their home, and I'm really proud of that, because we took it from LA and we brought it to San Bernardino.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens, thank you very much for your leadership there at the Chamber, and thank you for your stealing of business to our city. We thank you. We amen to that. That's what.
Over 100 room nights in the community.
Thank you. That's what this mayor and city council want to do, is continue to improve our city, and we do that all the time. So thank you. All right, we will now proceed to Citizen of the Month. I'll recognize Councilmember Kim Kelvin of the 6th District, as she recognizes Olivia and Frederick Wilson for the May 2022 Citizen of the Month. With that, I hand it over to Councilmember Kelvin.
Community, I would like to formally introduce to you Olivia and Frederick Wilson and their beautiful 4 daughters. There is so much that I would like to say about this family, but I'm going to keep it brief. When you think about community and citizens, C stands for concern, I stands for investor, T stands for time and talent, I stands for involved, Z stands for zealous, E stands for enthusiastic, and N stands for neighborly. These words, these adjectives, all describe this family here. Come forward, come on, y'all. Come on, come on. They're right here. Mom right here, Olivia, is a Girl Scout troop leader. Matter of fact, the first troop on the west side, Troop 1419. Give it up, lady, go ahead. Give it up. These young ladies are all members of that troop, but every single event that we have at the Acoma Unity Center, Community Center on the west side for scholars and families, all of the children and dad are all there to help us to set up, to take down, take care of the garden every week, everything that we think of that we want to do for community. This family is always volunteering and always standing in the gap for us. I am so proud and privileged to introduce to you to the Frederick and Olivia Wilson family. Please give them a round of applause. Come on, stand right here. We're gonna take a picture. And then I'll let you, who's going to speak for the family? Yeah, they're taking it right there. Okay. Mr. Wilson?
How are you guys doing today? Good, good. You know, what can we really say? It's really an honor to just be a part of the community. This community, Calvin over here, she does so much for the community. And it's an honor for us to just be there, and anything that we can do, we try to be a part of and do for everyone. I think it's very important that everyone, I don't know if you guys ever come over to the Acoma Center, but I think that it's very important that you guys all take the opportunity to come over, bring your kids, bring your family, just be a part of it, see what it's all about. I think they reach out to all of the kids. They reach out and do so much, so many different activities. And it's very important that we as parents be a part of that, because our children are the future. And if we don't step up and do anything, no one will. And you know what, one time I was there, and I think they were doing with the coding program a couple of summers back. And the gentleman that was doing it said, you know, if you don't take the initiative to do something for your kids and put them and be involved in it, someone else will. And that someone might not be someone that's looking to do something good for your kids. And so it's very important that you step up. And I think for me personally, I've always wanted to be there for my kids, because most of the time the system is designed for us to be away, you know, away from our kids. Someone's at work, someone's out and doing something, we're never really there. So the kids are always dependent on someone else. And it's very important for us to be there and have someone like Mama Kim in the Acoma Center and all of you guys just to be there and watch over us as a whole. So I thank you guys. I love you. I appreciate everything you've done for us. And, you know, what else can I say? I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, council member, and congratulations to the Wilson family. Congratulations. This is item number 3 on tonight's calendar. This is the Diamond Divergent Ramp Project presentation. We'll recognize our staff member and our new Public Works Director, Daniel Hernandez. Sir.
Good evening, Mayor. How you doing?
Good evening, Mayor. Obviously, our presenters are really excited to present the item. But before we do, I want to make the introduction. So good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. We do have a representative from the San Bernardino County Transit Authority, Mr. Paul Malakatan, who will be presenting tonight's item.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to present this project. I'm talking about the Interstate 215 University Interchange, University Parkway Interchange Project. As you know, this is a project that's in partnership with the City of San Bernardino and SBCTA. My name is Paul Malakatan, by the way. I'm project manager with San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. This project, we're currently in the process of acquiring rights to construct the project, and also we're in the process of completing 95% design plans. We're planning to launch our education and outreach campaign, because as you'll see here, we're proposing a non-conventional design for interchange. It's going to be pretty interesting, and you'll see. Like I said, we're going to launch our outreach and education campaign, so we wanted to make sure we brief the council so you guys know what's going on with this project before we start talking to the public and so on. So just for a reference, this project's located at the University Parkway and Interstate 215. This is the main freeway access for Cal State San Bernardino. And as you know, the interchange is currently experiencing heavy congestion today. The congestion is a result of local traffic coupled with traffic for the university. Based on the traffic study that we conducted for the project, the heaviest traffic movements from northbound, heaviest traffic movements in this area is from the northbound off-ramp going towards the college and vice versa. And this heavy movement, by the way, is occurring all day. That's due to ongoing class cycles. There's a morning rush for morning classes. There's a midday rush for midday classes and evening classes, of course. And then, in the evenings, during commute hour, everybody's trying to get home. There's a pretty large backup on the freeway getting off to go to university. So actually, I'm gonna jump here. A couple slides. And as you can see, the design that we're presenting is considered unconventional today, but that's rapidly changing. This design is called a diverging diamond interchange, or DDI for short. Because of its benefits, it's becoming widely used throughout the country. In fact, this project is in the race for being the second DDI that's going to be built in the state. The first one was built up near San Francisco in Manteca, but this will definitely be the first one in Southern California and in the Empire. And so what's unconventional about this design, as you can see, the traffic is going to be diverted from one side of the road to the other side as it crosses the intersection before you get to the freeway. And it's going to switch back over to the other side. And this is going to allow what's called a free left movement onto the on-ramp, and I'll explain in a little bit why that's a big benefit. Also for pedestrians, this is a better design. What's going to happen is pedestrians crossing to get across the freeway will only have to cross one direction of the road at a time. The pedestrians are going to be diverted into the median. There's going to be 10-foot pathway. It's going to allow bi-directional travel, bicyclists, and pedestrians are going to be protected by a concrete barrier from vehicles. Also, this project is going to include Class 2 bike lanes, so bicyclists are also going to be diverted to the median area of the project. So I just want to go back to kind of a history on how an unconventional design, I guess, was selected for this interchange. The city and SBCTA had been looking for solutions on how to address the growing congestion in the area. And at one point, a project study report was prepared and considered all the conventional solutions that were available to the team. The study was ultimately approved in late 2016 with two viable alternatives that were left. One, of course, the DDI, and the other is what you see here, is what we were calling a conventional partial cloverleaf interchange configuration. And with this configuration, of course, was not selected. As you can see, it would have taken out existing businesses in a large chunk of the Walmart parking lot. So with the DDI, we actually were able to achieve pretty large savings for both SBCTA and the city. So just a really quick explanation on why this is a good design for the area here. This is what's existing today, what we're calling a traditional diamond interchange. And so for vehicles, like I said, the heavy movements coming from Cal State San Bernardino, southbound 215, like everybody's going southbound because that's where State Route 210 is, I-10, and of course, Interstate 215 turns into State Route 91 as you go into Riverside. So if you're going from the college, you'd have to actually cross two lights. And also you'd have to sit and wait through multiple traffic cycles to get to southbound 215. So the traffic cycles is when, for example, you're waiting at a red light and it turns green for someone else, and you're waiting and it turns green for someone else, and then you get to go. So the traditional diamond interchange, like what we have here, can have from 4 to 6 traffic cycles. With the DDI, which is what's going to be built, we're only going to have 2 traffic cycles. And this slide here kind of shows you the benefits of that. So what's going to happen is, like I said, the traffic's going to be diverted to the other side of the freeway. So vehicles will only have to go through one light to get to southbound on-ramp on the I-15. So with this phase actually allows the two heaviest movements to occur at once, so we can prioritize this signal phase. It'll pump traffic from the college without any backup on University Parkway. And this is the other traffic movement phase here that shows allowing vehicles to go from the south side going north towards the college. And also with respect to safety, as mentioned, this interchange configuration is being used more throughout the country. Our engineers are making sure to employ good design practices learned from other DDIs from the nation, such as clear and visible signage, good striping, and appropriate roadway speeds. With respect to safety, the DDI configuration actually eliminates the amount of conflict points between vehicles as compared to a conventional diamond interchange. As you can see, it's going from 18 conflict points to 8. And there was a study conducted by the Federal Highway Administration showing that the DDI is shown to have less crashes than a traditional diamond interchange. That's based on a 5-year study that was conducted in Missouri. So just really quick, our engineers were able to do a ground level rendering of what's going to look like. That's what it looks like today. And that's what it's going to look like after the project is constructed. And then there's also a sort of an aerial rendering of what the ramp's going to look like. So just really quick here, just talking about project funding. The total project cost is right now projected to be about $17.8 million, with $2.4 million shared by the city, $9.7 million by Measure I, and we have about $5.7 million of federal funding. Some of that's earmark grants that were awarded to the city. And then just based on the schedule, like I said, we're in the right-of-way process right now in final design. We're hoping to advertise the project towards the end of the year, and with construction starting in summer of next year. So, and then construction period is going to be about roughly a year, and then no more congestion. So anyway, that concludes my presentation. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. We appreciate the presentation. A lot of information. The good news to our community, and certainly the Cal State University community of students and professors and staff members there, is to alleviate a lot of the congestion. We certainly appreciate the leadership of SBCTA, and we'll open up final questions. Any comments? If not, yes, Councilmember Keller.
Thank you for the presentation. I mean, it's beautiful, and can't wait, and definitely to alleviate the amount of traffic that we have in that area. Where will the detours be?
We're actually going to try to maintain traffic at all times there across, especially with the college. We're working right now on the final design plans, working closely with Mr. Kishta on staging and making sure we minimize the disruptions. But as far as detours, we may have maybe a weekend closure for final paving. So we're going to have to route traffic up to Kendall Interchange further north. But of course, again, we'll finalize those plans within the year.
So if construction is to begin summer 2023 and open to the public, means we will be complete summer 2024?
Actually, yeah, correct. Right.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Alexander.
Real quick question for the CED director. Public Works. Sorry, Mr. Hernandez. I love this innovation. This design is wonderful. I just want to know when the Public Works director is going to put us in for an award.
Once we're ready to package it and submit it, we'll absolutely do that.
Cal Cities is waiting for us right now.
Once we have the project complete, we'll be quick to
You
submit
don't
it.
have to wait till it's complete. You can do it while it's in the process. So.
We'll work with the SBCTA on what we can do to submit.
SBCTA? When are we going to submit it?
We'll do it as soon as we can.
All right, thank you very much. Sit down.
We have plans already to submit this for some awards up for the state. So yeah,
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
Turn
Mayor.
your
Thank
mic
you,
off,
Council.
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation tonight. Okay, at this time, we will proceed on to the proclamation for Fatherhood Awareness Month. It gives me great privilege and honor to present this proclamation of the mayor. San Bernardino Fatherhood, helping children and strengthening families by equipping dads. I heard a dad statement earlier from our recipient of tonight's Citizen of the Month, sir. Thank you very much for your leadership in your home, your community, and your neighborhood. Whereas San Bernardino Fatherhood's mission is to eliminate fatherlessness in San Bernardino by promoting a culture of father inclusion and responsible fatherhood in our communities. This mission will be accomplished in collaboration with local schools, community partners, faith-based organizations, and public and private agencies. And whereas research shows that when fathers are actively engaged and involved, children learn more. They perform better in school. They exhibit healthier social behaviors. And whereas when fathers are actively engaged and involved, children are less vulnerable to the risks of childhood poverty, mental health, mental illness, juvenile delinquency, youth sexual activity, teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, and failure to complete high school. And whereas father involvement in the lives of their children increases the likelihood of children succeeding in their adult careers, employment goals, and involved parenting skills for their future families. And whereas San Bernardino Fatherhood is committed to providing education, resources, and advocacy that will build a culture of responsible fatherhood for the well-being of children, families, and community members, and through the acts of involved, responsible, and committed fathers. And whereas when fathers have good parenting and relationship skills and are engaged in a sustainable workforce with livable wages, fathers are vital to ensuring the overall well-being of their children, healthier families, and, might I add, safer communities. And whereas the city of San Bernardino, California, commends the San Bernardino Fatherhood for its work and contributions in promoting a culture of father inclusion and responsible fatherhood in our city, and wishes for continued and much success and prosperity in the future. Now therefore be it resolved, the City of San Bernardino Mayor City Council hereby designates the month of June 2022 as Fatherhood Awareness Month. Congratulations. This is once again the proclamation of the Mayor City Council for San Bernardino Fatherhood. I want to turn it over to our dear friends, your spearhead, your leadership, and the commitment to our community to include fathers. I want to address all of the fathers as we celebrate Father's Day upcoming. I'm a father. Many of our staff members are fathers, and it's important, dads, to be dads of your home, men committed to your neighborhoods and to our city. Sir, without further delay, a few words.
I'd like to thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this award. It's an honor. Thank you for those kind words as well. Thank you, guests, everyone that's here and present. Again, I want to just recognize the importance of fathers in our community. There's a lot of crime. There's a lot of disorder in our community. And what San Bernardino Fatherhood does is focus on fathers, not to take anything away from mothers. We need our mothers as well. But we want to be able to put more emphasis on working with our fathers. We have a lot of men that come out of the drug treatment programs, prisons, jails, things like that. I'm getting phone calls all the time with dads wanting to reconnect with their families, reconnect with their children. So, and then the fathers, along with the mothers, is the foundation of the family. Biblically saying, the fathers are an important role, and children need both. Our motto is helping children, strengthening families by equipping dads. And I'd like to thank the mayor and city council members again for this award and encourage everyone to recognize the importance of fathers during the month of June. Thank you.
Okay, our last and final presentation. Do we have any representative from the Inland Empire Black Workers Center here tonight? I will read this into the record for the certificate of recognition from the Mayor and City Council honoring. Gentlemen, come on down. Thank you. The Inland Empire Black Workers Center, in honor and recognition of black workers rising for justice, jobs, and dignity, building black leadership and civic engagement in the Inland Empire. The City of San Bernardino does hereby commend you for continued dedication and commitment to the excellence and for the selfless contributions made for this community. We do thank you for the positive and dedicated service to the affairs of the community and to the civic pride demonstrated by numerous deeds of kind and good works here for the benefit of all citizens within our city limits. Presented this first day of June 2022. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. We're happy to be here in the Empire Black Workers Center. Thank you for this recognition on tonight. We have with us, we're here for the second time in 2 months, and we have some of our students with us from the pre-apprenticeship program, Juanita, Moses, and Byron. And then we have some of our staff with us as well. Our interim director, Will Scott, is here. Raise your hand. And then we have Scott Goodell, who is the program director for IE Works, one of our partners. And then we have our community organizer, Dominic Dean. Please raise your hand. And then our program management team, Trish Harris and Daryl. We appreciate Daryl Beatty. And we thank you once again. The work that we're doing is so important because we recognize that there are very few African Americans who have penetrated the water industry. So we're starting there. And we are looking forward to creating pathways to family sustainable careers. And we thank you once again for the time.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we'll move on and proceed on to our public comments. The comments will be heard throughout tonight's, as I call your name. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by remote public comments. If you are speaking remotely, we ask that you please use the raise your hand feature to request to speak. Please mute the devices to avoid feedback. And then log off the Zoom session immediately after you speak. This time we will call individuals to the podium. We have 2 podiums for your use tonight. I ask that you please, when we call your name, if you would line up kind of to help us expedite it. And also, want to encourage you, please, let's address your issue right away. We have several speakers tonight. We're happy to hear you. We welcome you to our city council meeting tonight. First individual is Khan, followed by Leticia Chavez, Alyssa Payne, Jim Mulvihill, and Rabbi Hillel Cohn. Khan? Moving on to Leticia Chavez. Ms. Chavez, are you here? Moving on to Alyssa Payne. Ms. Payne, are you here? Alyssa Payne. I saw her moments ago. Okay, Mr. Mulvihill, Rabbi Cohn, Treasurer Tees. Mr. Mulvihill, sir, welcome.
Good evening. I want to thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to present these issues that I have. My name is Jim Mulvihill. My background is city planning. I'm asking the council to reconsider their recent vote rejecting the consultant's request for additional funding to complete the general plan and the downtown specific plan. The satisfactory completion of these plans is threatened without these funds. At this point, key parts of the plans are well underway to completion. Of the remaining elements, in my view, the most critical for our community is the eighth and newest element, environmental justice and social equity. This element is meant to foster participation within disadvantaged communities in the decision-making process, as well as to address disparities in these communities created by discrimination and segregation, redlining, and not just in physical terms, but social disparities as well. The element addresses the need for better schools, for safe and affordable homes, for better access to retail shopping and jobs. These are neighborhood qualities often limited to disadvantaged residents. It's crucial to have a first-rate community outreach and participation here. San Bernardino was fortunate to have a number of grants, the LEAP grant, the SB2 grant, and most importantly, the $3 million grant through the efforts of Assemblyman Ramos. Do we believe, though, that we need to pay anything out of pocket for the plans? What message is denying the supplemental request and likely weakening the results sent to others in the community, particularly Mr. Ramos? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rabbi Cohn, followed by Treasurer Tees, followed by Gregory Taylor, Mike Hartley, and Vanya Ramirez.
Good evening. I'm Rabbi Hillel Cohn. In April of 2014, the Volunteer Citizen-Based Charter Review Committee began meeting, and I was privileged to be on that committee and serve with the other committee members. We were able to present to the city a revised or renewed charter, and it was overwhelmingly adopted by the citizens in 2016. And the next step was for a charter review committee to function, and I serve on that to this day. As a matter of fact, our next meeting is tomorrow evening. I think if anything were to be the guiding light for the original proposals as well as the charter review committee, it is to make sure that our city has a functional and fair charter and system, and we're very pleased with the many changes that have taken place because of the new charter. What I would like to urge our mayor and council to do now is to take seriously any of the recommendations that our charter review committee makes for your consideration. And one of those is that we would hope that you would very quickly turn to a consideration of adopting ranked choice voting for our community. And I don't want to get into all the details of it, but as Americans, you know, we expect our voices to be heard and our views to be respected and our votes to truly count. And it's been said that too often gridlock, low turnout elections, and increased polarization are preventing American democracy from living up to the expectations of its citizens. It's easy to see that something is broken in American politics and it makes its way down to our city. It's hard to figure out why or how to move forward. And so the time is now to level the playing field so that all voters have a voice in American democracy. ranked choice voting makes democracy more fair and functional. So I would just urge our council to give serious consideration to the recommendations of our committee and to report back to our citizens and hopefully adopt ranked choice voting for our city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Treasurer Tees, followed by Gregory Taylor.
Tonight we closed in a moment of silence for children that lost their lives. Yet, Mayor, when our kids lose our lives in our city, you don't have a word to say. You don't even show up. It's one thing to give recognitions to fathers and families, but yet not do anything proactive to keep them alive, to grow into the men that they need to be for our community, to allow our children to grow up, to be prospering adults. We talk about building a generation greater than who we were, that they should always be able to thrive and succeed. And yet in our community, you diminish education. You put down those who have worked hard so that they can be the example for the other kids. Tonight we have an opportunity to make sure that a contract is fulfilled for the violence intervention program that saves lives, that is in the streets, that you don't show up at, that create the ceasefires, that allow our men and women to grow, our community to thrive. The city of San Bernardino is in a transition, in a movement. That's why there's people here tonight, because they can feel it. The way to change is to vote, is to show up, is to speak. That's the only way we're going to change what's happening here, because we're a community that cares about what development you're bringing into our neighborhoods. We care that our mayor sexually harassed 3 women and lied about it. We care that there are people who want better and more and work for themselves and yet struggle working out of warehouses. It is time for the city of San Bernardino to take its place in the Inland Empire. It is time for our community to rise up, because it is not for sale. It is so much more than that. And tonight, while I hear you council members, what I ask you to do is take your place in this council manager form of government, to do the things that the people are asking you to do, because change is coming. And we'll declare it June 7th. But what we have to do is not just meet to meet and talk to talk. It is time for action and proactive movements. I've sat far too long in this city for a decade, hearing people talk about how they alone have the answer. They're going to get us this and they're going to get us that. This community is about we. It is about us. And it is only together will we do anything successful and worthwhile for generations to come, because our best days and greatest years are ahead of us. We're not going to live in the rerun of a memory that no longer exists here. My name is Treasurer Ortiz, and I'm running for mayor because I know that tomorrow will be a better day for us. Thank you.
Okay, Gregory Taylor, followed by Mike Hartley, Vanya Ramirez, Jim Penman. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Valdivia or Valdiviant. But I'm here to speak on things that we can get done in the city. Mr. City Manager, maybe you left, but your number was given, my number was given to you by my councilwoman. I called you. You said you'll get back. Yeah, it's a good face you're making, but I called you. You said you'd get back to me. I called back because you never did get back to me. I'm here to make things work for the city. We have a new public works officer, Daniel Hernandez. I'm willing to work with him. There's things that need to be done in my ward. I got potholes that need to be filled. I've lived in that area for 15 years. You come and patch, but you don't fix. If I was in your neighborhood, I guarantee you there would not be fucking potholes. Mr. Mayor, I guarantee you if I was in your neighborhood, there would be no potholes. So, I'm here to see some things being fixed. I ain't voting for you again. I voted for you. You gave me your number. I spoke with you one time. You said people here, you came to my house, this, that, whatever. No actions. I'm going to let you know, again, I will be supporting Treasurer Ortiz for mayor. And I'm going... And I will be walking the city of San Bernardino to make sure that we get enough votes to vote your ass out.
Okay, Mike Hartley, you're up. Vanya Ramirez, Jim Penman, Judith Valles. Mr. Hartley?
Mike Hartley, 7th Ward. Mayor, I do want to tell you, you have mentioned a couple times that you haven't associated with the country club people. There is no country club in San Bernardino. There's a country club in Rancho Cucamonga, there's 4 in Riverside, and there's 1 in Redlands. There is no country club in San Bernardino. So don't mention that again, because that is not true. Also, the last forum for the council seats, it was mentioned by Terry Elliott that the North End gets preferential treatment. And I can tell you right now, that's a crock of crap. We have trees that need to be trimmed. We have streets that need to be paved. We have our murders, our burglaries, our stolen vehicles. And in fact, when my vehicle was stolen, the police didn't come to my house. I had to fill out a report just like everybody else. So I hope that the rest of the people or the council do not believe that North End has preferential treatment. Now that we have all these large warehouses here in San Bernardino, we have a lot of tractor trailers. They park everywhere. We have 2 commercial officers to police 62 square miles of this city. They work from Monday through Thursday. That doesn't get it. If you're going to have all these warehouses, we need officers to have them police. As far as code enforcement, I guarantee you, half the crime would be stopped if we had a stronger code enforcement. I'm not going to say this again. I do not believe that the murder we had at that Blue Flame would have happened if we had a strong code enforcement. We don't. Also, as far as each ward thinks they have a better ward than another. I can guarantee you I've driven on every one of your wards, every street, and I can guarantee you you have good neighborhoods just like the 7th Ward, the 4th Ward, the 2nd Ward, and you also have neighborhoods that look like a third world country. And it is all because we do not have a strong code enforcement. Why have ADUs when we have a travel trailer in every other home's driveway? Thank you.
Okay, Vanya Ramirez, followed by Jim Penman, Judy Valles, and Josiah Bruni. Ms. Ramirez, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Valdivia and San Bernardino City Council. My name is Vanya Ramirez, and I'm a community organizer with Mental Health Systems. I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of San Bernardino Community Coalitions for Change, a few community members, actually many, over 100 community members who are involved in our coalition. And I'm here to talk in regards to the shooting that took place on May 20th at the unlicensed hookah lounge on Palm and Highland Avenues. Last year, coalition members requested meetings with San Bernardino City Council members to talk about the harms of tobacco in the community and what can be done to protect our youth. One of these solutions called for requiring local tobacco retailers, including hookah lounges, to obtain local license, whose fees would fund the enforcement needed to hold these businesses accountable. However, even after multiple attempts to schedule these meetings, most of the council members did not respond to these requests, and we were only able to meet with one city council member. Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, for meeting with our youth. They really appreciated being able to have that conversation with you. But had these conversations taken place last year or a year ago, protections may have been implemented that could have prevented what happened in our community. Our condolences go to Alan's family. He was only 20 years old, who lost his life too soon, I believe, and who should not even been allowed in this hookah lounge. He was only 20, which is under the legal age of smoking tobacco products. So we're here today. We asked the City Council to meet with us to discuss potential solutions so that Not one more life is lost to tobacco in whatever form that may take. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Josiah? Josiah Bruni?
Good evening, Mayor Valdivia and the City Council of San Bernardino. My name is Josiah Bruni. I'm the CEO and founder of Music Changing Lives and the chair of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County. On May 20th, the shooting took place, as you all know, at the Blue Flame here in San Bernardino. Reports have indicated that this was an unlicensed hookah lounge and that had at least 100 attendees at the venue on the day of the incident. The shooting claimed the life of a young man, like they mentioned. My condolences again goes to his family, and we hope that we hold a moment of silence for them as well. This could have also injured 8 other individuals. According to some other publications and articles, there may have been children as young as 12 years old in attendance to this event. The city has failed us a number of times to hold businesses like this accountable and to protect the lives of our youth. It is unclear how long this establishment had been in operation or who is the owner. It also remains unclear on how many other tobacco retailers such as this one continues to operate unlawfully here in the city of San Bernardino. We're calling on the City Council and you, the Mayor, to learn from this tragedy and take action to prevent another death in our community. We again ask the council members to meet with us and engage in honest dialogue with the community to help stop some of these senseless acts of violence. Join us in taking action so that not one more community is sold to tobacco or lost to tobacco. Thank you so much, and I hope you will honestly meet with us and make a difference in our community together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jim Penman, followed by Judith Valles, Christopher Gonzalez, David Friedman, James Albert. Mr. Penman?
I want to thank Councilwoman Calvin for her comments about Beverly Earle. Beverly was one of my very close friends. Worked with her when I was director of the Home Enabling Service. Worked with her when I was city attorney. When we did the inspections of the slumlord-owned housing projects, such as the one at Arden Guthrie, Beverly was integral to that. Beverly led the interviews of the people who lived at Arden Guthrie. She was the one who determined and advised us that most of them had been dumped here from LA County. She was the one who discovered that the majority of them had been dumped here from LA, and she was the one who discovered that they wanted to return to their homes because they had grown up there. They had grown up in Compton. They'd grown up in East LA. They were not happy that they had been moved here because it separated them from their friends and families, and they wanted to go back. Beverly was insistent that we provide them with that transportation, and we did. I had lunch with Beverly about 2 weeks before she passed, and she was expressing to me her concern about how rental housing has become unaffordable in the city of San Bernardino, and something needs to be done about that. And that is something that we are going to have to address. It's something we're going to have to do. We have too many people here who are renters. We have too many people here who don't have a pathway to permanent housing. And that's something we need to change. But getting back to Beverly, for over 40 years she was the head of Catholic Charities. And Catholic Charities and the Home Enabling Service worked very closely together to find housing for people. And there were other issues as well. And this community has lost a person who did not get a lot of publicity throughout her life. But probably few people know what a difference Beverly Earle made to so very many people. And she's going to be missed. She's going to be missed by the community. She's going to be missed by Catholic Charities. And she's certainly going to be missed by me. And again, I want to thank Ms. Calvin for her comments about her. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judith Valles. Let's see her. Judith Valles. Christopher Gonzalez, sir. Followed by David Friedman, James Albert, and Christian Shaughnessy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for your civic engagement. In honor of Fatherhood Awareness Month, please save the date, January 12th, Downtown's First 5K race brought to you by Rewritten, an organization supporting the fatherless and underserved. So there's a great opportunity. I'd like to see a show of hands of fathers. So I need you out there running for those who don't have one, please. My second comment is approve Agenda 12 as the Downtown San Bernardino Art Walk is still awaiting real support as promised and voted unanimously by the City Council. That is yet to be fulfilled. We were given a waiver of $1,300. Thank you, but that is a crumb compared to what can be done. And just like every other city, the cities significantly support their downtown art walks, yet we were just given a crumb. I apologize. I am a little bit upset about it. We can do better. We can do a lot better. Thirdly, as co-president of the Civic Center Neighborhood Association of Downtown's business community, we direct the City Council to agendize our plan to promote a clean and secure downtown so citizens can shop, eat, and enjoy, as well as so we can promote our businesses without further delay. We have too much problems with transients, trash, crime. You know, it's not the deadly crime. We don't have a whole lot of killings. We don't have killings in downtown. It's in the neighborhoods where we have that. It's in the tobacco area. It's the illegal pot shops, the bars where these murders are occurring. But our downtown looks disgusting. It's very uninviting. As business owners, how can we promote ourselves and be proud when we've got people sleeping in our walkways? There's feces splattered on walls. Just yesterday, I called 911. There was somebody that had their pants down to their ankles right there by the Starbucks, taking a dump out in public, full vision of their hoo-ha as people are driving by. Yet, this occurs every day. This Saturday at the Art Walk, there was an altercation that I was involved with a violent transient. I had to take matters in my own hands. We shouldn't have to be dealing with these things. They should already be taken care of. We have security. We should have security just for presence, but that's for, maybe someone, if we're having a beer garden, where there's alcohol. But this is stuff where I'm dealing with somebody who's not all there in their head, and they shouldn't even be there. They should be shooed away, taken from somewhere else. We need to have our downtown back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Friedman, James Albert, and Christian Shaughnessy.
Hi, my name is David Friedman. I'm a property and business owner in downtown San Bernardino. I've come here to tell you something that you already know. Tearing down the Carousel Mall to pave way for the future is one of the most important achievements you will make as a council this year. I applaud the city for the progress you have made thus far. I personally have seen this council make huge strides as we continue to collaborate on grants for downtown. The street cleanliness has slightly improved, but as Chris before me mentioned, we still have major issues with safety from some of the unhoused population. We need a plan to address that, an interim plan while we wait for the Carousel Mall development to happen. Also for the community, if you aren't aware, the city has an app. It's called SB Go, or Go SB City. It's awesome. They come and trim all the trees in downtown. Someone else mentioned earlier that they have a hard time with code enforcement. Okay, so once the Carousel Mall is torn down, we need to discuss car-centric versus people-centric development. San Bernardino has a golden opportunity that most downtowns do not have. Downtown is a blank slate. You can leapfrog the infrastructure mistakes that other cities have made, and you can build for the future. And the future is a downtown built for people, not cars. We already have the Transit Center, SBX, and soon the Arrow. Let's build off of those investments. We need high-density housing, pedestrian-only areas, protected bicycle lanes, public green space, and art. We need to chase long-term investment and build something that our future children can speak proudly of. As a former Boy Scout, I always think from the perspective of, how can I leave this place cleaner and better than I found it? And frankly, car-centric development just doesn't cut it for a city with a general plan update named San Bernardino 2050. Getting this relic torn down will bring the city one step closer to achieving this downtown vision. I understand better than most that development takes time, and yet I encourage you to continue being transparent with your progress. Let the community know that you are pushing forward with plans of building a city that they can be proud of. There is no such thing as over-communication when it comes to something as important as our city's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. James Albert, Christian Stancy, Lisette Ochoa.
Hello, Mayor and Council. James Albert, 7th Ward. Just want to comment my support on item number 23, the consideration of a ranked choice voting presentation. I want to be brief. I just want to echo Rabbi Cohen's comments earlier, and I appreciate Councilmember Ibarra for bringing this forward for consideration. This should not be controversial, and I hope that we can get a presentation, if passed by the Mayor and Council tonight, at the June 15th meeting this month. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Christian Shaughnessy, Lisette Ochoa, Rosanna Savala, and Phil Savage. Mr. Shaughnessy, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, brothers and sisters, distinguished members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. I come here today to speak on the momentous issue known as ranked choice voting and electoral reform. In this city, there's an immense cycle of violence and pollution and despair and alienation. And so when a human being takes a look at the ballot that's mailed to their house, that's mailed to their apartment, and they go look at the sheer amount of candidates they have, many a time they do not vote for the person they actually want to vote for. Instead, they look at their ballot, they look at their children in the eyes, and they think, I want to vote for the candidate who I think is only most viable, and not the candidate who I know would do the best for the city, or the best for the state, or the best for this country. But if we are to get ranked choice voting, we can move beyond that. We can move beyond that frame of thinking. We could actually have human beings be able, God forbid, to rank the candidates that are before us. It could result in a situation where we have higher voter turnout, we have higher voter engagement, higher voter participation, and in a city such as the one we live in, where there are so many problems, it is of paramount importance that we go ahead and love this city, that we take care of it, and we elect the right people to office. And as been mentioned many times before, and will be mentioned all the way until the election, we have a very important thing happening June 7th. We have a very important thing happening this November. It's essential. And if there's anybody here who thinks for 1 second that voting isn't important, even without ranked choice voting, ask yourselves why it was that when our ancestors were on the plantations, the encomiendas, the immigrant ships, and so many other places that they weren't given the right to vote. It's because your vote is a powerful and majestic thing. That's why human beings died for that right to vote. And that's why when these elections come on up, we're going to make sure that vote matters. And it's why I'm very happy to say, Sister Ibarra, we're going to go ahead and get ranked choice voting here. And then no matter who's elected, I know that we're going to get the right thing done in this city. Because when I look into the eyes of my brothers and sisters here today, I see a very strong working class city. I see people who have suffered. I see people who have endured the violence. And I see people who are going to see a city that is magnificent and that is better than the one we have today. And we're going to honor our ancestors. We're going to uplift the present. And we're going to create a future that we can be very proud of. So thank you.
Okay, Lisette Ochoa, Rosanna Savala, Phil Savage, Tanya Rhodes Hensley. Ochoa, welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the BNSF rail yard expansion, agenda item number 8. There's no such thing as short-term air quality impacts. Every single resident in the West Side area and in San Bernardino will have to live with the detrimental, irreversible, long-term air quality impacts of the BNSF expansion, in addition to an increase in noise pollution and traffic congestion. This community is not disposable. We deserve clean air in a healthy home. We cannot let entities like Kimley Horn to continuously pollute our air, pollute our lungs, and our children. We cannot support projects that do not support public health. Thank you.
Mayor, all public comments for public hearings should be reserved under that item.
Okay, very good. It was not marked as such, but thank you for that. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Moving on to Rosanna Savala. Ms. Savala, thank you.
Hello, I'm Rosanna Savala, and I reside in the 7th Ward, and I'm here to address several issues regarding the Dollar General project on the southeast corner of E and Marshall Avenue, Marshall Boulevard. So unbeknownst to many of us neighbors in that area, we were not aware of that development until they started kind of breaking ground and getting ready to build the Dollar General. And with that, we reached out to Mr. Alexander, and on April 21st, many of us asked why we were not notified of that development, and I was handed a document that was signed under penalties of perjury by Michael Hidgerson, and that document contained a list of addresses, a parcel map circled. I reached out to Michael Hidgerson. It was signed under penalties of perjury, and he said he was simply hired by the developer to prepare that map, but he did not send out the notices. And so one of my concerns is that those notices are not sent out by certified or registered mail, and I think that needs to change. We need to make sure that the residents within the 500-foot radius are notified. The first public hearing was on March 9th, and Anthony Jones, Ronnie Lewis, and Helen Chang, they approved the request to allow that development. Which was very unfortunate. And that decision was appealed by a Deborah Blanco. And so then on May 19th was the public hearing again. And most of you council members did not have very good things to say about Dollar General. And just to name a few, Sandra Ibarra had mentioned the baseline, Dollar General was out of business. Fred Charette said that the one on Waterman on 2nd is appalling, has been in disrepair. Kimberly Calvin's store on Highland has not been taken care of. Theodore Sanchez, I want to thank you for your comments because you had mentioned that these developers are not taking ownership, that we do not hold them accountable, and we need to hold them accountable. Lastly, I spoke to the Damon Alexander, he mentioned that we had several meetings to make sure it's a quality product. Several meetings, and not one of us neighbors were notified of those meetings. I would like to have attended that meeting. I spoke to the appellant, Mrs. Deborah Blanco, and she had mentioned that the attorney, James Penman, who is the attorney for the landlord, that he had gave an alternative between the Dollar General or Section 8 housing, and we almost felt threatened that we needed to approve that Dollar General. All I'm asking is that we consider what other cities have already passed legislation to keep these Dollar Generals out of their cities from clustering. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Phil Savage. Mr. Savage, followed by Tanya Rose Hensley, LaWanda Rangel, and Dolores Armstead. Mr. Savage, welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman and City Manager. As many of you know, I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Charter Review Committee and was also chair of the committee that drafted the council manager form of government charter that we're presently using. Tonight, on item 23, I want to thank very much Councilperson Rivera for requesting that ranked choice voting be put on the agenda for consideration. I'm glad that you're going to be taking that up later this evening. I think it's very important that it be brought up. As I have said before to this body, our Charter Review Committee recommended to the council that ranked choice voting be considered by you. And it looks like now we're going to have that happen, and I want to thank you for doing that because it's worthy of a lot of discussion and being adopted. We're right in the middle of a major election time, and I just wanted to sort of recall there's many benefits of ranked choice voting, but one of them is getting rid of the lame duck situation that we have under our present situation. Back in 2020, Councilperson Basine Richard was defeated in the primary by Kimberly Calvin, and he was, at that point in time, it was 9 months until he actually took office. That kind of a delay in having someone in a lame duck position would be totally eliminated amongst many other benefits of ranked choice voting, and I strongly urge you to put that on your agenda for serious consideration as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Tanya Rhodes Hensley, followed by LaWanda Rangel.
First of all, I want to say thank you, and I'm glad to be back. I'm saying thank you because many of you came out and supported Assistance League and the children of our community, whether it was through attending, financially supporting, standing up on stage and giving it your all. Mr. Alexander, I was watching the night that you said thank you. So I just want to let you guys know how that comes back to our community. It comes back through dental services for our children and through Operation School Bell. Both the president of the school board, Dr. Wyatt, and the assistant superintendent, Sandra Rodriguez, were very instrumental in that day as well. And I want our community to recognize not just how it supports the children of our community, but how this year, very specifically, it was meant to bring our community together after a very long hiatus of the different things that happened. So I want to say thank you. A couple of other things I want to make you aware of. On June 11th at 8:30 on the southeast corner of Electric and 40th, we will be doing some cleanup. We will be putting in a peace pole and a bench for that area. And then the people that come out and work and help us out, both Rotary, Music Changing Lives, and some other things going on. The Police Officers Association will be feeding, and it's in conjunction with Rotary. We'll be feeding the members that have helped in the community. So I would like to see as many of you out there as possible. And thank you, Fred, for getting me a dumpster for that day. I appreciate it. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I want to talk about the fact that we do not have a lot of businesses in town. I find it amazing that on a Saturday night after attending the art walk, I try to go with a friend just to have a cup of coffee, and we either have to go to Hospitality Lane or we have to go to the complete north end of town because downtown does not have, and we are not functioning. And let me tell you, I grew up here, guys. It's sad. It's sad for me to go down there and not feel safe. It's sad for me to have to see what happened with Chris, with the uncleanliness, the fact that I try to support our city and work out in a gym down there, and he has to come out and clean it every day, and I'm trying to get through there just to be able to go work out. So we need to do something, and we need to do it fast to keep our kids and our community here.
Thank you. LaWanda Rangel, followed by Dolores Armstead and Leah Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the councilmen and all the councilwomen. As I drive around the area, I see a tremendous change, and I just want to give you guys your congrats on that. You guys are doing a tremendous job in the area. First of all, I want to, I'm here to support Jim Pittman for the next mayor of San Bernardino. Matthew 13:15 say, "For the hearts of the people has become dull. With their ears they scarcely hear, and they have closed their eyes. Otherwise they may see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their heart, and return, and I will heal them." If you are listening to a person, they would tell you about themselves, who they are, what they believe, and what they will do. You cannot be the people mayor when you think with what's between your legs. You cannot be the next mayor when you're sitting at the table thriving. It takes more than that. You cannot be the next mayor when you agree with everything everyone else is doing or planning to do. I agree. Are you saying that you agree just to get along, to be along with others? You can't be the next mayor when you want to be an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur deals with their own dreams. And San Bernardino needs someone to deal with the people's dreams. Let it be one of us. You know the history of San Bernardino better than anyone else. If the people will listen to what you do say, they will know you are not willing to hire police officers for public protection, the protection of the taxpayer. Absolutely, it is time to rebuild San Bernardino. We need someone that would take action on day one and not just talk about it, be about it. This is why Jim Penman for the next mayor of San Bernardino. We have shooting at a record high. People are traveling across state. People are going to churches among different colors and ethnic groups just to kill them, to gun them down like animals. Right now we have a record high of home invasion. People is in your home watching you as you sleep. People are breaking into your car, stealing, into your home, stealing, invading your privacy, snatching and grabbing, breaking glasses.
Ms. Rangel, your
Well,
time
I
is up.
truly thank you all for your time, but we need to do better.
Our next speaker is Dolores Armstead.
Okay, first, I am again advocating for staffing assistance for our council members. Mr. Fields, I looked at the budget. I didn't see assistance for the council members, but I might have missed it. Most people don't realize the city has a population of more than 22,000, and 220,000, and each council person is responsible for about 30,000 residents. They need help. If they had an assistant, they could serve you better, and they definitely could serve me better. So please think about giving them a dedicated staff member. They need it, and more important, the citizens need it. Number 2, item 12, regarding development of a portion of Succumbee Lake. I went through the documents on the agenda. There were no such details regarding number of units to be built, type of housing. It didn't say condos, single story, tents. Nothing is in there telling you what is going to be built. No site map. I am asking the council to demand more detailed information regarding the development of a portion of our public park before you give a blank approval. I'm not against housing, but I want more information. The pictures on page 861 are of other areas. It doesn't pertain to us. They're pretty pictures, but it doesn't say anything. I am asking council to ask for more specific information, mainly because we are developing a public park area. That's ours. And we want to know what we're getting. This is for a private developer, the Richmond Group. The Richmond Group is one of the top 10 apartment developers in the country. So they have the money to give us something, give us a site map, give us a rendering, give us something. Right now, there's nothing in the package. They also, on page 836, it states the city may issue an RFQ for the remaining 8.5 acres to develop. Into what? There's no detail. There's no information. That's our public park being given or sold to a private developer for what? We need parks. We need well-functioning parks. And if we're going to sell part of that to somebody, we should at least know what we're getting as a city. I'm concerned. You should be concerned. And then finally on City Hall, what are we doing with City Hall, the old City Hall? It's been there. It's just been sitting there, and it's our tax dollars maintaining it. Aren't you concerned about your tax dollars going somewhere and we're getting nothing out of it. I would like to know what the city plans on doing it. And then finally, people, it's time to vote. Remember, June 7th, vote. Your vote counts. Our vote is important. Please vote on June 7th. We need change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Robinson.
Good evening.
Followed by Joey Rosales.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I came here tonight to see you, Councilman Ibarra. I live in 2nd Ward. I've lived in 2nd Ward since 2017. I've never seen you. I work for the County of San Bernardino. Councilman Alexander mentioned the resource fair. I was out there. I'm one of the county employees that was out there handing out resources. However, I've never seen you. So I said to your competitor in this race, are you going to be seen in the community? I'm in the community. I need to see those that represent me. That's my tax dollars. I need to know what's going on. So I'm going to take some tasks on myself first, because I haven't been to these meetings before. But I'm going to tell you something. You've awakened a beast. I need to know where my tax dollars are going. I need to know what's going on. I need to know what you are doing about the poverty, what you are doing about the crime, what you are not pie in the sky, because that's what Elliot had on his flyer, pie in the sky. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear real solutions to real problems. I live in an apartment complex on Sepulveda Avenue with Hightower / Pama Management, who has been in the community stealing us blind, and nothing has been done. When I call code enforcement and the code enforcement officer hands me his camera and says, go take pictures of the problem, there is something wrong with that. You want a solution? Stop letting these slumlords continue to raise the rent and not do anything to the property. I am in litigation right now for the 2nd time with Hightower / Pama Management, and I have heard nothing from the city council or the mayor as to what they're going to do about that particular property management that you have allowed to buy all kinds of property throughout the city and not do anything. I'm tired. I'm tired. We, the residents of San Bernardino, are tired. And we need to see something happen now, not down the way. Now. We need to see something happening with rent raising right now. We need to see something happening right now, not later. I love the city. I love the city, but as a county employee, I'm going to have to move out of the city because the rents are so high, and then what I'm paying for is a slum. Come on, we can do better.
Thank you. We'll go to Joey Rosales and Allie Payne. Joey, welcome.
Hello. How's everyone doing today? My name is Joey Rosales. Some of you might know me as Joey Dreads. I'm pretty much San Bernardino, born and raised. I've been skating for 15 plus years, and to help give back to my community, I started an event called the Blair Summer Sesh. The Blair Summer Sesh consists of contests, merch giveaways, food, drinks, everything like that. Just stuff to really kind of help bring some positive light. If you are asking yourself, why is this important? I think these past 2.5 years have been pretty tough for everyone, and we've all realized that hobbies and positive outlets are very important to our community. They are essential, and so I figured, let me do my part. A statistic was shown that in 2020, it was estimated that over 8.8 million people were skating across America. I've gotten so much from this. I've had such a positive, just journey through skating that I figured, let me do what I can to give back, help other people keep skating. So all that being said, I'm here today because I am presenting to ask for more help with the funding. Again, this is to give back to the community. It is it's up for consideration at the end of tonight's agenda. And really just, more funding will help me give back more. Sorry if I'm a little bit more positive light than everyone else right now. This is all I had to present. But so again, this is just me trying to give back to our community, me trying to help our young skaters, all the people of the community. One of the big things that was important to me was I didn't want anything to be for sale. I didn't want any vendors there trying to make money off of stuff. I wanted everything provided. All I wanted to do was give back. So hopefully that can get passed. Hopefully that'll be up for consideration. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir. Alyssa Payne.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Payne. A lot of you know me as Ellie Payne. I'm running as a write-in for 2nd Ward City Council on June 7th. You might notice I'm a little nervous, not because I'm scared. I'm from 2nd Ward, so I'm pretty brave, but because I've never talked to a wall in a room full of people. So excuse me. I'm not coming to you as a candidate, although I would appreciate your write-in. I'm coming to you as a mom. I saw somebody else ask for a show of hands. Show of hands if you have a daughter, a niece, or a granddaughter. Okay, so I'm a mom. Before anybody, I know some of you have daughters that didn't raise your hand. I am a mom, and within the last month, my daughter has been instilled in her mind and her memory a picture of a grown man naked, that she will never be able to lose that image. And this isn't the first time. And it didn't show on my parenting. It didn't show on where I decided to live or because I don't work. I work my butt off like many of you. But it goes to show that there are a lot of people in power, and I can't say everybody because a lot of you do put your full heart into what you do, but there's a lot of you that have the power that aren't using it, and the kids are suffering. So like, screw an election. Let's just talk about the fact that every building that is up that shouldn't be, every trap house, every liquor store or rental company that's taking kickbacks and getting these slum villages and these slum housing and encampments to stay still because you want to clock out at 5, this is still home to us. I still got to go home right now and hope that when I climb out of my car, I don't get dragged into an encampment because you didn't want to make the extra phone call or do whatever you have to do to go above and beyond to fulfill your duties as a council member, as a mayor, as an employee. It's not because you have to, it's because you have a freaking heart. It's morality. So I come to you tonight to ask if you are currently running for office on June 7th, or you currently sit in office, and deep down your conscience or the Holy Spirit, whatever you believe in, deep down you know you're not doing your job and you're stealing a paycheck as you drive past kids climbing out of cars, that you back out gracefully and humbly before the election and let somebody else that really wants to make a change have a chance. You sit here and ask these officers to protect you, but you send them into empty buildings not knowing what's in there and risking their lives because you don't want to make a phone call to get that building shut down, because you don't want to order a dumpster that's free because we have a contract with Burtech. I'm not judging anybody on a personal level. We all fall short daily, but when you take a paycheck, you hold accountability, and a lot of you are not doing that, and it's not fair because at the end of the day, you're going to be held accountable for every murder, for every rape, for everything that happens under your belt, on your clock, with your paycheck. So vote on the 7th, vote for change. Even if you don't vote for me, pick somebody that really gives a shit, because look at their reactions. They're looking at their phones, they're chatting on the sides. They don't care how we feel. Y'all do not care, because your attitude says it all. How many times I see you when I'm out there handing out gallons of milk, that says it all. And you guys are taking a paycheck. How dare you tonight go home not crawling into a car in a encampment like we do. You don't live in the same San Bernardino we do.
Thank you. Thank you. Jocelyn, I don't have a last name. Jocelyn, are you here tonight? Jocelyn? Okay. Followed by Deborah Harmon. Deborah, are you here? Thank you. Phil, I think County or Courtney, I can't read. Okay, sir, welcome. Come on down. And Robert Porter.
Good evening. First of all, it's going to be hard. Queen Bee, Miss Beverly Earl, she was our everything in our community. did a lot for our renters group that we're having. And I want to get through this, so I have to just move on from that. But like to say, as we all know, if and should the moratorium should end June 30th, is this city ready for it? We're talking, speaking of homeless, we're talking about these slumlords, and I'm sure the mayor, he's very, very familiar with Palma, Hightower, Bridge, and Golden Opportunity, and a few others that they go up under different LLCs, that they own a lot of the property here in San Bernardino. They're slumlord people. They're given evictions as we speak. You know, so what Miss Beverly did was she brought these communities together. You know, our situation over in the Door jails, I live in the 6th Ward, our situation was a little bit different. But what she did was she's seen a growing concern. So we formed a group from Dade Park, and we was getting Linwood on board and a few others. But if we don't have something in place in this city and get our city attorney online with these Parma, Hightower, the mayor should know real good because he gets contributions from them, we're going to have a war in this city. There's nowhere for us to go. There's absolutely, something happened? There's absolutely nowhere for renters to go. We can't get into legal aid to fight an eviction, first of all. And once they get an eviction, it goes on our record and follow us, so we can't even move out of town and get somewhere to go. So it got to be something that the city needs to put in place, because this is going to be a serious thing that's going to come out of this. So we're trying to get our group together, tenants' rights group together, so that we can at least start educating tenants on their rights and everything before they go out on the streets with nowhere to return to, and that we need the city's help in educating our tenants.
Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn. Next, we have Deborah Harmon, followed by Phil Courtney, followed by Robert Porter. Deborah Harmon.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Harmon. We are here with our Renters United in Solidarity group. First, a quick update of last month's appearance here before you concerning the inhabitable conditions at my residence. Councilman Alexander did come out, and personally he stood in while we voiced our complaints, concerns, and questions, although nothing else but draining our pool that was dark green filled with algae has been done. Thank you very much. To all council and the city attorney, emails have gone out to Governor Newsom, Assembly Member Gomez Reyes, Assembly Member Ramos, Senator Ochoa, Councilman Damon Alexander, Senator Padilla, County Supervisor Baca Jr., and Secretary Castro Ramirez concerning the excessive rent increase. After landlords received the renters' assistance, then followed behind raising rents, some in excess to 2 or 3 times the original amount, setting illegal evictions in place. How is this happening when Bill AB 1482 is in place until the year 2030? Only 2 responses were received that gave direction to Fair Housing Mediation Board and Housing is Key, sending renters through a revolving door by passing the buck from one entity to another. With this being said, as the moratorium is approaching, what is in plan to protect renters' rights from illegal evictions? Inland Legal, Legal Aid, Fair Housing, and Housing is Key is dried up. We need the city attorney to investigate these slum property LLCs such as Palma, Hightower, Bridge, Golden Opportunities, and Westland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Next, we have Phil Courtney, followed by Robert Porter.
Well, Courtney, thank you all for listening attentively to our remarks tonight. I am not a resident of San Bernardino. I live in Redlands, but I have taught high school English at Pacific High School, so I'd like to claim an honorary membership in the community of San Bernardino. And I would like to let you know that I'm a board member on an organization called Citizens for Electoral Reform. It's a statewide organization. You can look it up on the internet. We go by the initial CFER. And we would like to express our appreciation to Council Member Ibarra for putting forward this proposal that we get ranked choice voting here in San Bernardino. I will not engage in any wheel spinning except to say that I second all the remarks that have been earlier this evening about the efficacy and the advantages of ranked choice voting. For those who might feel that it's pie in the sky or a good idea but not practical in the real world, I will point out that many municipalities are already using it. San Bernardino, Oakland, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, now New York City, and an entire state is now using ranked choice voting. You'll go to the head of my class if anybody can tell me which state. Starts with an M. Come on, class. Maine, there you go. The entire state of Maine is using ranked choice voting now, so I thank Councilmember Ibarra and everyone for considering this, and I not only urge serious consideration, I urge that you actually move forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Robert Porter.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, good people. First thing I'd like to do is ask our citizens to support local. I mean, if say you got a little bit of gas, but just enough to make it back into San Bernardino, do it. Make it into San Bernardino. Spend your money there. Let's get some sales tax going. New businesses. I love to hear new businesses. I know some people don't like it in their neighborhoods, this and that, but I love new businesses because more sales tax to use for the things we need. We want to do Art Walk. We want to fix up our parks. We want to do these things. We need money. So we need to support San Bernardino businesses. And not just the big box. Let's help the small businesses too so they can stay alive and provide a living for their families. I'd also like to mention, as president of the Valencia Neighborhood Association, we're having a joint meeting with the Paris Hill Park Neighborhood Association on June 8th at 6 o'clock. We're having Ricardo Tombuk come to talk about disaster preparedness, and that should be good. And then right after that, at 7 o'clock, I'm flying across all the way over to the 66er Stadium, where Councilmember Damon Alexander has brought all his commissioners together to watch a baseball game. I appreciate you. That is awesome. That is awesome. And speaking of commissions, I'm on the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission, and we're just starting to meld together. We're just starting to get some things done. We just picked our first $5,000 grant recipient for the Blair Park project. I'm not going to steal your thunder, Lighty, but we picked them. So this is going to be a good thing. We're going to get some art into our parks. There's going to be more projects to come. Hopefully we'll be getting on the agenda as soon as possible so we can ask you for $100,000 to give out for modern art, for old art, for any kind of art, you know, and get those things in for San Bernardino. I also wanted to ask everyone, please go out and vote. You know, if we don't vote, we're not really represented. It's important to just get out there, just do your vote. Study the people. Read the back of the pamphlets. Get online. You can even look at my radio shows if you want. I've interviewed almost every single council member and most of the candidates. So if you just go on Facebook and type in their name, type in Robert Porter, and it should pop up. So if you want to learn about the candidates, that's one way, but also get to meet them. Go up and talk to them. And then you can understand what they're about and vote for who's best for San Bernardino. Thank you very much, team.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. City Clerk, do we have any remote public comments?
Yes, we have 3. The first speaker is going to be Ryan Sullivan. Please unmute your mic and address the council. You have 3 minutes. There's a delay through Zoom, so if you could just give him. Ryan Sullivan. Okay, we'll come back to you. Jody Eisenberg, please unmute your device and address the council.
Good evening, councilors. My name's Jody Eisenberg. I'm a longtime resident of the city of San Bernardino and a 30-year current resident of the 4th Ward. And I am the vice president of the San Bernardino Area League of Women Voters. I'm here this evening to support and urge you to support item 23 in favor of a presentation on ranked choice voting. The League of Women Voters of California supports ranked choice voting. You've heard from various members of our community, esteemed members, who are also urging you to consider ranked choice voting and adopt it. And the best way to do that is to have a presentation so that you can all understand what it's about and our community can understand what it's about. It has numerous advantages, and I think it will rejuvenate the electorate in the city of San Bernardino to have a new way of voting and a new approach to electing our officials, and we hope that you will absolutely do this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is call-in user. Please unmute your device by pressing *6. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Wendy Whitaker. I am from San Bernardino, California here. I'm in Ward 7, and I am also in support of agenda number 23, ranked choice voting. We need to have this change implemented into our city. It is absolutely vital that we start making big changes here. And this is one of the things that we can do to start that process. I am in so much support of this. I want to see it happen, and I'm going to push. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sullivan has informed me he's not providing a public comment, and we do not have any ADA accommodation.
No, okay, so then we'll go ahead and move on to discussion items. At this time, we'll move on to item number 6, Youth Civic Engagement Council. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This item was brought to us actually courtesy of Councilmember Kimberly Calvin. This is a great idea to encourage and provide for civic engagement from our youth. It's a really useful tool. It's been done other places and will be very, very, very helpful to encourage that that type of engagement. The staff work was done by Carly, so you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is a conceptual framework for a City of San Bernardino Youth Civic Engagement Council. We are requesting input and feedback from the City Council on the conceptual framework so that staff know how to proceed with next steps. The goal in establishing a youth council is to help educate students in the city on how civic participation in the legislative process benefits them and their community. Staff are proposing an academically focused extracurricular program that is 9 months long. The program would take place from August to May of each academic year, and recruitment would take place beginning in April of the previous academic year. The city would work collaboratively with San Bernardino City Unified School District and conduct outreach to current high school sophomores and juniors, which would be the subsequent year's juniors and seniors. The requirements to participate would include being a resident of the city, attendance at one of the high schools in the district, having a current GPA of 3.0 or higher, and being either a sophomore or a junior at the time of application. The city would coordinate a number of program activities in conjunction with the school district, local nonprofits, and elected officials so that the Youth Council is able to participate in a variety of city-sponsored events and local field trips, which could include visiting a congressional field office, regional agencies, community projects, etc., to introduce them to public service work and volunteer opportunities. The program would also include a set curriculum, monthly meetings, and a graduation ceremony. The potential fiscal impact for the proposed program would be highly dependent on the recommendations and guidance from City Council. Variables include whether or not to provide students with stipends after successful completion of the program, the stipend amount, and the classification of a staff member to create, implement, supervise, and facilitate the Youth Council program. Staff's conservative proposal is a part-time administrative assistant, which would cost approximately $23,500. Excuse me. That concludes my report, and I will now open it up for discussion and questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open up council members for discussion and questions.
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, there's a motion for approval and a second.
Conceptually, I'm in agreement with it. I'm not sure about bringing a part-time administrative assistant to handle this program, because it's not just the administrative assistant. It's also money that would be set aside for the scholarships, the grants, the additional staff time of whoever that staffer that is that's shadowing, or rather is leading the student through the programming. I think really we need to look at an option of partnering with the school district. I mean, this is within their wheelhouse, right? This is within their realm, and I think we need to find a different approach that doesn't require such extensive resources from the city side. I do believe in this conceptually, and I think I would approve for this to come back. But I'm not sure I can approve a commitment right now with really, again, a part-time staffer and additional resources for the scholarships, the staff we have on board that would have to participate in this program. We still are stretched thin from years and years of cutting, and I want to make sure that that we're not taking away from the essential role that we have to fulfill here as a municipal government. So I would make a substitute motion that we bring this back for discussion, but with involvement with the school district on carrying out a lot of the financial burden of handling this program. So that would be my substitute motion.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Councilman Figueroa, sir.
Thank you. Real quick, I see that that there's promoting of college and further education. Will there be anything in here to promote, what if college isn't for everybody? What if a student doesn't want to go to college? Are we promoting the trades or other avenues as well, or is this just college focused?
I mean, it's still evolving, but I would suspect it's really designed to promote civic engagement more than anything else. That's one of the issues, and we've heard it tonight from a lot of the public speakers. It's important to promote civic engagement. So no matter where they matriculate to, if they graduate and go straight into the workforce, or if they go to college, they'll take the lessons that they learn from this experience, they'll take them back to school first, and then they'll take them on through life. So one of the things that, candidly, I mean, a lot of these types of programs have gone by the wayside in schools themselves. That's why staff is pretty supportive of this. I mean, I think it's a good idea, personally, I think it's a good idea to do this because it will hopefully inspire, the leaders of tomorrow, bring people, back into the fold in the sense that they're really engaged. It's pretty easy to be disengaged. And this is hopefully going to accomplish the opposite. So it's less focus. I mean, college certainly is an option, but would be one of the options. But really, ultimately, it's to get kids engaged now, at the age they are now, and hopefully carry that as essentially a life skill forward.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Staff presenter.
Carlin McCloskey.
Carla.
Yeah.
Ms. McCloskey, can you please tell me what inspired the development of the staff? What was the genesis of the Youth Council Award? Walk me through that request, and how did it come to fruition here in our city as part of a staff report?
So I was provided with direction from the city manager to look into kind of what other cities are doing to engage youth and kind of come up with a conceptual framework for what it could look like in San Bernardino.
Have you also studied other cities, municipalities that engage with this type of youth civic council?
Yes.
What other cities, and help us understand that?
So I looked into multiple cities. The ones that I mentioned in the staff report are the LA City Youth Council, and they function more as an advisory power. So they assist in drafting and presenting recommendations to their council and mayor. And then for a contrast, I looked into Simi Valley Youth Council, which is more of an academic focus. They have a youth summit every year, and they hold a youth town hall where they hear from speakers and just learn how to become more involved in their communities.
On your staff report, I assume that you prepared it. This is packet page number 34. You suggest that during the first paragraph of the background section that there's a lower voter turnout. Mr. Field, is there a nexus here between voter engagement and the Youth Civic Council, and how is there a nexus for this here staff report?
I'm not aware of any studies to demonstrate that there is a direct nexus between having a youth engagement council and voter turnout. I am aware, though, of the levels of disengagement in cities, in a lot of cities across the country. So this is part of an array of attempts to reverse that trend. So
I understand.
But I don't know of any studies that would,
Well, I don't know if that the reference or the allusion to the first paragraph that's somehow a correlation to civic disengagement. I mean, one could argue the other side that this, in fact, it could turn into a political spear. And so that this is an opportunity for us to really try to mobilize a youth corps, but if this gets political, that's concerning. Do you have any reaction to that? I'm sorry, Ms. Ortiz, stop interrupting. Ms. Ortiz, you'll refrain from interrupting the meeting tonight. Mr. Field?
So you're concerned that this will turn into a political, itself a political body? I don't see that as a likely outcome, any more so than any other mechanism would be taken to engage youth in whatever type of activity. So, no, I would not see it that way. I think what it really is an opportunity to learn more about things like city government. And that's one of the other things, and we've shared with you our concerns and frustrations with the hiring process here. Getting people interested in working in government is also an important potential outcome of this. So there's a lot more pluses than minuses, let's put it that way. I don't see much of a downside here. What I really see is potential to get people interested and engaged and supportive of government in all its forms, not just elected, but also as appointed by commissioners or as employees. So I think that's really what our perspective is. But that's our perspective.
Okay, thank you. One final comment that I want to react to this staff report is on packet page number 36. The stipend that suggests in your staff report that in addition to formal recognition, members of this council who complete the 9-month program successfully receive a stipend for technology, books, tuition to help fund their college education. So are you suggesting then that this is possibly a scholarship?
There's been no budget attached to this yet, so it would be a possibility as the program evolves. It's one possibility as part of this. Again, to encourage people to go out and continue their engagement in their education if that's their chosen path.
Regarding the frequency, you suggest that every 2 weeks. Is there a need for a meeting every 2 weeks, or is there a curriculum that you're following on a 9-month roadmap that would support a 2-week engagement every 2 weeks, twice a month?
Well, I think we're really, as a civic engagement council that sort of mirrors the city council's type of schedule, I think it's really more intended to provide that level, that type of schedule and discipline associated with it.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Calvin.
Throughout this entire evening, I believe that we have honored fathers, voiced the importance of being examples in the community for our youth, and here we are questioning whether or not this type of engagement is necessary. We have heard about our scholars in the city being shot last week, and we all hear about them being disengaged in the community because there aren't enough activities involving them. Here we have the opportunity to example, and maybe that might be the problem, but here we have the opportunity to example, to show them what it is that we actually are asking them to do. We should not be beginning to engage them regarding the importance of voting, regarding the importance of local politics, regarding the importance of how their city that they are raised in is being governed. If we want to change direction, then you must invest. It is simply an investment. It has been since 2014 that this city has invested in our youth. When we did have an internship program, it has been in void since 2014. 8 years. This is an opportunity, which we need to continue that one as well. We need to reignite our internship so that our local colleges, the scholars there, have an opportunity to also come and study government firsthand. Now, the people who consider it to be a political ploy are those that use political ploys. I don't use political ploys. My daily life is educating the youth in this city, giving them an opportunity to explore outside the normal 2.5 boundaries that they travel. The majority of them don't even come to City Hall, have no idea what takes place here. And for the mayor to think that it's a political ploy, that is because he uses everybody as a political ploy. This is an opportunity for us to put our money where our mouths are, number one. And if you don't want to have a scholar in this city shadow you, then that is your right to say, no, I don't want anybody shadowing me. But there are many positions in this city. I just stated at the opening, we are hiring. How do we get scholars in every ward to venture down here to City Hall? How do we begin to invest in our youth to let them know that we trust and believe in their abilities to lead us versus us hanging around forever and never allowing the opportunity? That is what this youth program is about. The city of Loma Linda, Councilwoman Denise Davis just graduated her first class, and I commend her. Because while she didn't have many council members that wanted to participate, they definitely did not stand in her way. And the first class just graduated. The first cohort just graduated. But if my colleagues followed what is actually going on here in the region, they would know that. I don't see anything wrong. No way for us. $23,000, I consider it an investment. And it's also a drop in the bucket, considering the amount of lawsuits that our city spends at the hands of those utilizing political ploys, utilizing the city's tax dollars to benefit themselves, private VIP meetings. Let's get real. Let's get real. Either we begin to invest into the youth of this city as we grow this city, because it is theirs. Now, we all have an option. We all have a choice. I'm asking my colleagues tonight to choose to invest in the youth of this city.
Okay, Councilman Charette. Councilman Charette, sir.
Thank you, and I can hear a lot of passion in that those comments, and I can't really disagree with the idea of helping to educate our youth and invest in our youth. I just am concerned that this is really one of the concerns I've had for so many years with our council is understanding our role and staying in our lane. And this, I think, Rob, you mentioned that the school districts are not doing this.
Excuse me, Councilman. The school district has, up until 2 years ago, before the COVID, they had their own council.
You'll suspend discussion.
That's fine. That's
Mr.
fine. I don't have a problem with that. I was addressing.
Mr. Charette, go ahead and address it.
I think Rob said something to the effect that we're kind of stepping in. I mean, I kind of took it as we're kind of stepping in because the school districts are not doing some of this stuff. And that's really all I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting the responsibility of our children, should start in the home and in church, and unfortunately so many times it doesn't, and then it should be continued on through education, through the school system. And that is not really our responsibility. I am all for encouraging this. We used to have a committee called the Bridge Committee that worked, and I think we're talking about reestablishing that worked as a bridge between the city and the school district. And I think the school districts are the ones that should be taking the lead on this, and we should be supporting that effort. But it really, I don't believe, should be our responsibility to come up with programs. We do it through parks for youth, and that certainly is appropriate, I think, for a parks department and a parks system. We do it other ways, but I think it's really a responsibility of the school district and the schools to be doing this, and we should be certainly arms open to working with them and helping them and participating in any way we can. But I have a problem with this being an internal program or project that we're funding or helping to fund, and it is. In the big picture, it's a drop in the bucket of the money. It's really not, it's not about the money, but it's just not our responsibility to be educating our children. In the report, it talks all about investment in civic education, investment students on civic education. I was a pretty poor student and didn't learn much about civics, but they taught it at those times. And if they're not teaching it now, it's not our responsibility to pick up the curriculum that the school districts are not teaching nowadays. I'm all for going back to reading, writing, and arithmetic, and that we're not seeing so much in the schools. And I have a real problem with that. But I don't think that we should pick up the slack for the job that the school district may not be doing.
Okay, let me clarify something. First of all, I'm not being critical of the school district, this school district or any others, or any part of the education system. What I'm saying, though, is it's we're filling a gap. And one of the things that's important here, we offer a unique opportunity here, a unique perspective. We're a working city. You know, it's not theoretical. I mean, this is a great opportunity to see how how things work actually in the real world. So that's an opportunity you can't get in the scholastic world. This is a real world, it's like almost like a vocational training program, if you will, deep immersion in figuring out how government works and maybe finding ways to improve it. You know, I mean, we can all of us sitting here can do a better job, certainly, and maybe the next generation will do a better job if they have this opportunity. They're not if they don't have this opportunity, I think it's a missed opportunity on our part to share, and especially in a city that's doing what we're doing right now. There are an awful lot of really important things happening. I think several of you had the opportunity to speak with the Aspen Institute people the last few days. There are unique things happening here that you're not going to find anywhere else. If you are inside, if you're able to be part of this youth council, you're going to get experiences that you would not get anywhere else. So I think that's part of the reason we like it too. We want to be able to nurture, mentor, take your pick on how exactly you describe it, but I think it's an important opportunity for us to really provide that additional layer of education for younger people, and hopefully, as I said, to inspire them. We want them to. I would hope that they would someday want to become a planning director, a community economic development director, a public works director, or even a city manager. Most of the time, I'd say that. But you know, that's sort of the way that's the purpose here. I think it's a completely different environment than being in school and taking a civics class. This is real world, real time education. So I think that's where we're coming from. Part of the reason that we're very supportive from the word go. I mean, I think personally, again, personal opinion, but I think it's an important thing for us to do.
Okay, Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you. What I'm envisioning here, and maybe you can clarify this, Mr. City Manager, is the internship program not working right now? Or is it? Like, is it open for college students if they want to learn about how the city operates, they can apply for an internship with us?
No, it is still functioning. We have several interns right now from UCR and from Cal State San Bernardino.
Okay, we should work with our local colleges as well with that. I am aware, for example, San Bernardino High School, they have a civics program. The students are very involved. They do watch our council meetings. Instead of doing this whole, it seems like a subdivision under your purview. That's how I'm looking at it. Why don't we just allow the schools to do an agreement with us that we will all allow to mentor the students who want to come visit our city and see how we're operating and find out what we do on a daily basis as council members, as the mayor, as the city manager. I would be more supportive of something like that we welcome the students that are, I think in this case is the 3.0 GPA students. They have to be juniors and seniors. I'm okay with allowing them to come visit us and for us to go visit them at their schools to just explain how city government works. But what is a little troubling to me is page 36, the curriculum. It looks like we're pretty much going to have them do what we're doing, review the council agendas, discuss the readings, and they'll be doing what we're doing basically, and I don't want that to fall on their lap in order to graduate with that program, if that makes any sense. I would welcome them visit us maybe if we can have them contact our staff members to schedule meetings with us, that's something more feasible than creating a whole program. But that would be my take on this, because I do, like I said, some of our high schools have programs already in place where their students are very involved with learning about the politics and the civics in our city. That's already happening at the school districts. It's almost like us duplicating the work that they're already doing. So I would like to make a substitute motion. We did a substitute?
That basically my substitute motion.
Yeah, that we just welcome the students to come visit us and schedule appointments with us.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCluskey, on the residency requirements, I'm sorry, it's more requirements. You enumerate 4 requirements. On packet page number 35, midway down, well, 2 paragraphs up, requirements to participate would include residence in the city of San Bernardino, attendance at one of our high schools. Are you open to also other schooling options, homeschooling, charter schools? There are other service delivery options, and so that would be my reaction to that bullet point. Mr. City Manager? Can we add that? I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager?
I think the point of emphasis here is for public school kids, but yeah, I think that because
I think it needs to be more vague, Rob, or more specific, not so vague.
Okay.
That the high schools in the San Bernardino City Unified School District, if these individuals are 3.0 and above, whether they're in a homeschool or a charter school, I think they should be admitted as well. Can you make that accommodation?
Yes. The charter schools are part of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. They report through the school district, and homeschool has to also report through the school district. But nonetheless, yeah, we can make that clarification, absolutely.
But the operative word is that it's in the San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Right.
My request, and you suggested that, yes, you could accommodate that, is that the exception would be also any other recognized charter school member, or homeschooler association. Could they participate in that?
I believe we can make that accommodation, yes.
Okay, thank you. So let the record reflect that that item be amended to that, please. Thank you. Mrs. Calvin.
Charter schools and homeschool scholars that we still want them to reside in the city of San Bernardino. We're studying city of San Bernardino
Understood,
government.
and that's why it's bullet point number 1, which I'm fine with that. Okay, we have a motion, and it's a substitute motion, right? And, well, we're voting on the substitute motion first.
For some clarity, please, Councilmember Sanchez, are you amending your motion to include what Councilmember Ibarra stated, or are you removing your substitute and?
Amendment. I think what both of us have said is what I really want to see in the end.
For clarity, if you can repeat your motion, please.
Oh, God. Yes, so we need to partner with the school district, and this needs to happen more on a, I mean, we have existing staff right now that can set up appointments, they can shadow staff members, they can shadow us, but as presented here, I don't see this being really a viable option for me. And so what Sandra's recommended, right, working in conjunction with the school district and kind of creating an organic partnership. I mean, I think I speak better on this than most. I actually just walked into City Hall back in 2007, and I just said, hey, I'd like to know about city government. And guess what? I interned here for 6 months. And I don't know if anybody knows that. But that's what we can do. We don't need to hire staff and bring on all this entire bureaucracy to run this program. We can do this in-house. The school district, yeah.
You got your motion, sir. Is that a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We'll vote on the substitute motion. Members, cast your votes on that substitute motion, please.
Clarification on the substitute motion, please.
So what I have is to partner with the school district to develop a program to allow shadowing of staff members and the council.
So support by Sandra. Members, please cast your votes on that substitute motion.
The substitute motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We thank our staff and thank you, Ms. McCloskey. Item number 7 is to approve the fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2024 operating budget. The recommendation is there before you. This is on packet page number 38 of our staff report. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. It'll come as no surprise to anyone here, I'm sure, that we're going to actually have the presentation on this led by Barbara Whitehorn and Tanya Williams. So, Barbara, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening. Obviously, I'm going to turn it over to Tanya to make the presentation again, but I wanted to take this opportunity to again thank the amazing budget staff that I have, 3 of whom are here tonight: Tanya Williams, Zuiva Ruiz, and Cesar Bernal.
Please stand.
You guys can sit.
Thank you.
And Gilbert Mosqueda, who is our intern, isn't here tonight, but I wanted to make sure we acknowledged him because we really treat him like a member of staff. He's very good at what he does.
Ms. Whitehorn, for a point of clarity, is this the same staff report that, or the slideshow that you presented last council meeting?
No, it's different.
There are some changes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Tanya Williams. I'm the Budget Division Manager, and again, a huge thank you to the budget team who were able to put together our proposed adopted budget tonight in a very short window of time. So some of the slides we'll go through this evening are familiar from what we've shared previously, just a snapshot of how we got to today. We've had a few budget workshops, a proposed budget hearing just 2 weeks ago, and we're here tonight with the proposed budget for adoption. A snapshot of our revenue, which we talked about 2 weeks ago as well. Just over $189 million for fiscal year 23 and $193 million in fiscal year 24. And then a snapshot of our general fund expenditures as well. There have not been very many significant changes between the proposed and adopted budget. We did want to call out some of those changes, though, just for clarity's sake. There is a decrease in the general fund revenue for the right-of-way maintenance that we receive from the water department. We are changing the way that they do repairs to the street. So instead of reimbursing that, they will be doing some of the repairs themselves. So we reduce the revenue on that. There's an increase in a grant that impacts the intergovernmental revenue. There's also an increase in the Public Works Department budget for the Parks Maintenance Landscape contract. The final bid tabulation came in right between proposed and adopted budget, and we wanted to account for that as much as possible. That is a $2 million increase from the existing contract for service, so it was a pretty considerable increase. And then there was also an increase to the transfers out in general government to animal services. Animal services is not it is in the general fund, but it's also treated as an internal service fund, so it doesn't show up on our tables, but it's essentially paid for through general fund dollars. At the bottom of this slide, you can see the summary of the revenues and expenditures for the proposed budget for the next 2 fiscal years. Again, we're looking at a biennial budget this evening, fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. You'll see that there is a slight surplus in both years, but it is very tight. 2 weeks ago, we had a more complicated chart than this up on the slides that showcased our general fund balance. This is our forecast as to what we anticipate the general fund balance being over the next 2 fiscal years. So you can kind of see that at the top of the slide that we anticipate starting fiscal year 23 at $67 million. We'll be able to set aside around $46 million, which is the 25% requirement in economic and operating contingency reserves. And then because we're anticipating that there will be some carryover in CIP projects from Measure S, there's a $10 million reserve there for that allocation. And then we're also recommending tonight that the remainder of the fund balance is set aside for operational contingencies as well as capital project contingencies. We're continuing to see that contracts come in much higher than we have budgeted. We're anticipating other contracts will come in, and these reserves allow us to hedge against these increase in prices. We're still in an economy with a tremendous pressure from inflation, which impacts all of our services and all of our contracts to deliver projects. Some important considerations as well is that this is just a forecast. So as much as we like to think in finance, we have a crystal ball, we don't. They are based on economic trends and our analysis. However, we don't know what the future will hold. And like I mentioned, we are continuing to see increased costs for services and an increased costs for delivering projects. As we transition into the CIP, there were no changes to the CIP between the proposed budget and the budget before you tonight. We did just want to touch base on the carryover versus new funding. So the carryover dollars are essentially funds that are already allocated to projects. They carry over with the project. They're not available to be reassigned to new projects. There is new funding that's being assigned to projects. And that's what this table showcases here across all of the funds, including Measure S, which is essentially general fund. For fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, it's just over $51 million that we're planning to invest in our community in projects. This is a breakdown of the projects by type, so you can kind of see the spread between buildings, parks and recs, storm drains, traffic control, and street projects as well. So tonight, we are recommending that you approve and adopt the biennial budget for fiscal year 23 and 24. But like we have been in the past, we'll be back for quarterly reports and mid-year updates, CIP reports and updates as well. And the budget is a living, breathing document. So it's something that we can amend as we go throughout the year as needs arise. So that's our recommendation for the evening, and we're available for questions and discussions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. Our first council member to react or ask a question, Ms. Ibarra, go ahead.
Yes, 2 things. At the last meeting, we were told that there was an assessment done on our roads, streets on our city. We did not receive that report. And second of all, I'm looking at the CIP list, and somehow Valencia is not in there. The streets keep going missing on the list. Is that street going to be paved as we were told when we approved the contract? Because it's not on this list anymore. I want to make sure.
Yeah, so the CIP list that was included in the attachments is a summary, so the actual street details are not included in that, but it will be presented to you as a follow-up report on the CIP, which we're still committing to do with our partners in Public Works.
Okay.
And Mr. Kishta, I believe the PMP plan and the CIP plans are on our city website and available for.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Not the full street assessment yet. I have a printout. We was going to add a legend to it, and hopefully, I'm not sure if we're going to be put it on the website or send it to the council member individual. I have to talk to the city manager, assistant city manager. We're looking at about 1,000 pages of streets and segments of roads that is for consideration. So it's a huge document.
Okay. Any further questions, Ms. Ibarra?
No, but I will hold you guys to the fire on that, because I know we had approved the contracts already for those streets.
Yes,
to get done.
it could be dropped from the list, but we have it on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion for approval by Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Calvin. Any final comments or questions from members? Otherwise, members cast your votes.
Councilmember Calvin, your vote. The item passes unanimously.
Can I just say something really quickly? Earliest we've ever adopted a budget, to my knowledge. Thank you, council. Thank you, finance staff. A conservative budget, but a really good budget, very good. It's going to deliver a lot to the people of the city of San Bernardino, and at the same time is appropriately conservative as we head into some uncertain waters. But we really want to say, express our appreciation for the fact that, we got it done before the end of the month. Very good stuff. Thank you.
Great job, staff. Thank you very much for all your diligence, focus. Ms. Whitehorn, your team, thank you very much. Great job, well done. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. This is item number 8, a resolution approving the street vacation of a portion of I Street. Before we get into that, I do have several public hearing speakers. Just to reference Mr. Penman, Mark Mendoza, Raul Raya, Josh Doty, Alicia Aguayo, Gabby Cruz, and Bernard de la Garza, I think. Okay, this is a resolution approving street vacation of portion I Street in Ward 3. This is a public hearing, so please bear with me. This is I opened the public hearing tonight at 9:59 p.m. Could I please get a staff report on this item?
Yes, the staff report will be delivered by Alice Kishta, city engineer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is a public hearing for the proposed street vacation of I Street. That is portion of I Street between Spruce and Olive Street, and a portion of J Street and its intersection with 17th Street and 21st Street. Can we have the PowerPoint, please? So the applicant for this application is BNSF Railway Company, and the reason for the request is the project will improve the yard's operational efficiency by reducing train congestion along the existing lead tracks and reduce train idling as trains wait.
Mr. Kishta, hold on. Let's advance a slideshow, please. One or two. Let's try to sync up with Mr. Kishta. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
We have, yes. Okay, sorry. The project involved construction of a fourth track along approximately 4.3 miles of an existing corridor. And I'm going to be going through fast with this presentation because we have BNSF and representative would like to do another presentation So the proposed vacation of I Street extends the fourth lead track to include auxiliary and related improvement. They're going to be improving sound walls, circulation roadway, stormwater drainage, and water quality. There is no increase in rail line operations, results in the community enhancement by improving air quality, reduced noise, roadway street improvement, improved stormwater and drainage water quality. So the flood control, they will be installing approximately 2,500 linear foot of concrete channel, and installation of 7,500 linear foot of drainage ditch, installation of approximately 3,100 linear feet of new storm drains in that area. There will be water treatment, and there is sound walls that will be built along the corridor to reduce the noise level to the adjacent residents. And the air quality is reduction in train idling of an estimated 6.5 hours per day, about 43% less than normal. So this is the proposed street vacation that we have for you tonight. That is about 4.3 mile, and it starts at the existing BNSF right away. It's about 41 acres. It's adjacent properties where project improvement and or property acquisition proposed. That is along the highway. And then the infrastructure improvement, example of existing conditions, North I and 7th Street. That's an existing condition, and that is how the improvement will be to that section of the road. Again, we have a film that we're going to show you later tonight that show you how the improvement is going to be on that neighborhood. This is the alignment of the roads. That is where that is where they be installing there's a new the vacation and the new I Street and the construction of the sound walls. I'm going to go fast through these because it is really is the BNSF will be doing that portion of that for you tonight, so you'll be having more. And then hopefully the film that they prepared will show you exactly where the sound walls, what is the improvement, and how is it before and after. They did that to me. Yes. So the proposed street vacation is consistent with the general plan circulation element 6.7, 6.71, and 6.73. The Planning Commission concludes proposed vacation would result in no impact, less than significant impact, following compliance with existing regulatory framework for most issue areas. Utility companies notified. Notice of this hearing was posted and published and mailed to surrounding property owners. An environmental impact report was prepared for this and accepted, focusing on the potential environmental impacts of the project. The findings conclude less than significant impact for our affected areas through the adoption of mitigation effort. That's conclude my staff report. If you don't mind, Council, Mayor and Council, if you allow BNSF, sorry.
I think we need to hear the public.
Okay, yeah, we can hear the public comments first, and we can have them do their.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kishta. At this time, we'll have members of the public who wish to address the Mayor and Council on these requests to speak. I see several public hearing slips before me. And so I will call you up, please. We have both podiums available. Mr. Penman. Mr. Penman, followed by Mark Mendoza, Raul Raya.
James Penman of Council, Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox, representing the La Placita Neighborhood Association and a number of residents of this particular area. We made our presentation to the Planning Commission. We stressed 3 points, and I would call your attention to packet page number 286, the resolution, section number 7. The Planning Commission listened to the residents' argument contrary to the presentation by BNSF. And we stated, and the residents stated, that they wanted the sound wall to be extended to the maximum extent possible, subject to BNSF's restrictions under the California Public Utilities Commission regulations. 2, and this was one of the most important ones, landscaping, e.g. vines, shall be installed on the sound walls for anti-graffiti and beautification purposes, and 3, additional street lighting shall be installed. BNSF made the argument that they did not want to install vines because that might encourage the homeless. The Planning Commission did not accept that argument, and they specifically stated that they wanted the landscaping, and they put in parentheses, e.g. vines. The purpose of the vines was to block graffiti and also for beautification. And if you look at the staff report, the second page, it states that the Planning Commission asked in its resolution, asked the council to include these 3 requirements. And they are included in the resolution before you. However, I'd like to inquire of the city manager through the mayor, how do our residents, how do our clients make sure that this is enforced? Because they live there and they're very concerned about this. They want the sound wall, but they don't want graffiti all over it. And they want the vines there. Now, if the vines aren't there, I know they're going to call me. I know they're going to call their council member. And Mr. City Manager, through the mayor, who do we talk to about that if that doesn't happen?
Mr. City Manager, would you like to respond?
I don't think I think it's appropriate to take all public comments, and our staff can then respond to questions. This is not a time for debate or dialogue.
If we can list the questions and staff can follow up and provide it orally as a response.
Yes, we should respond to all questions.
Mr. Penman, please proceed.
Thank you. And I appreciate that you will respond subsequently to that question. And the other thing that's important is the street lighting. And there was some debate before the Planning Commission about how much street lighting there would be and how far it would be extended. And there were some comments that some parts might not need it. But the Planning Commission envisioned, and you can see in their report, section 7, number 3, additional street lighting shall be installed. So the residents, and I'm speaking on their behalf, and this is pro bono, we're not charging them. We want these 3 requirements under Section 7 to be enforced. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mark Mendoza, Raul Raya, Josh Doty. Mark Mendoza, Raul Raya, and Josh Doty. Mark, welcome.
Hello, my name is Mark Mendoza. I'm not a resident of San Bernardino, but my connection to this topic is through Ibarra's Market and my father-in-law, Raul Raya. So my comment's going to be short. Months back, when this was first brought to his attention, we attended one of the commission meetings, and at that time, we just didn't have a lot of information. So our ask at that point was to get information from the city and or BNSF, and I just want to say from that point forward, we've been kept in the loop of what is going on. Raul has been notified of the things that they have in mind, and they've really just done a great job communicating with Raul and the store, and talking to him about his concerns and what he would like to see happen related to the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
special
Raya?
thanks to Lena and the BNSF group.
Thank you, sir. Raya?
Okay, my name is Raul Raya, and actually I'm the owner of Ibarra's Market. My family have the store for 75 years. I've been there since the 50s. My concern is the business gave a lot of for the community there in the west side. For 75 years we've been doing it, sacrificing. It hasn't been easy to keep the store open, to be a one-family store. Right now, I believe that for the community, the wall and all what they're trying to do is good for the community. But from Spruce to 6th Street, that's where my store is at. The wall would not help me one bit because we have already have the freeway that killed the store business, the exit of the 5th Street exit finish it, that you cannot even see the store anymore. I'm in a hole there, and by putting a wall in front and the side of the store would not help my business at all. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to make it where I can even ask permission to the city to let me put some tables so maybe people will come and sit down and watch the train on that section only. I believe that from 6th Street all the way to wherever they want to put the wall is good. And I believe, and it is true, maybe they don't see it, but maybe because I've been around the area there so long, the wall will help out. But if you start putting all these vines and all these trees in the wall, I believe you're going to attract more people to just come and lay there. And believe it or not, I have seen underneath the bridge of the 5th Street, homeless, like you wouldn't even know. And they will attract to find a place where to rest. There's nothing wrong by that if that's the life they want to live. But my concern only there is for my business, if they just let my store to be seen by, by the side of the freeway, it would be wonderful. And that will keep my store going, probably. I don't know for how long I will be there, but I'm already of age. My folks already died. So I think I'm the only survivor for the business. And I will keep trying. But I also need the help from, but not to cover all the face at the store. That's all I'm asking. And I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your continued patience and investment in our city. And Mr. Raya, congratulations on 75 years. Congratulations, sir.
You can ask the Santa Fe people when it used to be the roundhouse, all those people, we give credit to the families.
Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you for your investment in our city. Mr. Doty?
Yes.
Josh?
Yes. Thank you to the mayor and the council. My name is Josh Doty. I am a resident of San Bernardino. I'd like to concur with Mark Mendoza. I am the son-in-law, lucky enough to be son-in-law of Raul and Lydia Raya, who own Ibarra's Market. And I concur with Mark Mendoza. From the beginning, BNSF has been, there were a lot of questions, and the commission did a great job in getting BNSF to answer those questions and to come down to Ibarra's Market and to be able to facilitate in understanding what is going to happen, because there was some confusion in it. And I just want to say they've done a great job in communicating their steps, and so I just want to say thank you to them for that, and the commission as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Alicia Seguayo, followed by Gabby Cruz, Bernard De La Garza.
Hi, all. My name is Alicia Aguayo, and I'm a First Ward resident. I live on 10th Street, very close to the Ono Lead BNSF expansion project. And yes, I just want to make a comment about the previous comments about the communication that has been given to residents about this project. It's the bare minimum. So, yeah, it's the bare minimum. But anyways, I am here to remind you all that there are people like me that live in this vicinity, my family, my neighbors, and I. I want to emphasize that the environmental assessments that were done are BS. They claim that there will be no significant impact, but I ask you to question the assessments as it does not include enough community input. If you walk the streets on the west side, you would find that residents have several concerns and feel it would impact them. Today I brought about 50 letters from residents who also share concerns. You should have received it via email as well. The area that I live in is also known as a cancer cluster. And if anything, we should learn from the studies done, such as the Enrich study about the west side of San Bernardino, and demand more from BNSF, one of the contributors to the health issues that are prevalent on the west side of San Bernardino. This project would bring rail yards closer to my home, thus increasing my neighbors and my family's exposure to diesel emissions. BNSF is asking to expand in our city, and we too should be able to make demands. The so-called community benefits that we're talking about here, the lighting, the sidewalks, and the sound wall are things that should have already been done by the city. So I ask y'all that you do not approve this project and you demand for significantly better mitigation efforts to the health impacts that are created by their presence in this city.
Okay, thank you. Bernard?
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Bernard. I wanted to share a little bit about my experience living on 14th and I, which is across the street directly from the train tracks. I'm in my home talking to like my brother, right? And then we stop because we can't even hear each other in the living room because the train's coming through. So I don't understand where there's not going to be more of an impact here, because that's what it was. That's what it is currently. God forbid when the trains like stop, right? Because they're just standing there and waiting forever to go through. So it's like such a, it's just so present. So I don't understand how there's like not a lack of impact. That's not making sense to me. And then the sidewalks, that sounds like a cool idea until like their security comes and to ask you what you're doing and like grilling you for walking that sidewalk. As a resident who's lived there, I'm just trying to get home, but that's neither here nor there. I guess I'm just kind of here begging you guys to ask for more. I don't think that a sound wall, lights, and sidewalks is enough. And I'm specifically talking to my council member, Theodore. Don't do this. I'm begging you. Don't vote on this because it's already bad. They could do better, and you should demand better because the residents have you representing us, expecting you to do better. I can't stress enough how like lighthearted this sounds. But it's not. And this is what I lived with, sleeping right across the street from the train tracks, hearing their horns blaring all throughout the night whenever they stop and idle, seeing their security trucks blare their sirens and their like lights all throughout the night. And I'm not complaining about those circumstances. I love my home. I loved being able to have a place I can come back to until BNSF purchased the property and knocked it down. Like that home was so much more than just a house. It was where my family could rest and relax, and it's no longer in existence. I could only I guess I can't even explain the hurt. Let me drive by your house, right? And let me see if you have shakes and quakes all throughout the night because of these trains. And it'll only be worse. Don't do it. Don't vote for this. Ask for more. Ask for better. And if you like need help understanding what they could offer, then see how the residents are being impacted and try to ask how to accommodate them. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that live there every day experiencing it, like me. Thank you.
Okay, we have one Zoom public speaker, Mr. City Clerk.
Yes, before that, I just want to announce that we received 3 written comments from Lisette Ochoa, Andrea Vidaure, and the People's Collective for Environmental Justice in opposition of this project. The speaker with the last 4 digits, 9453, if you can please unmute your mic and address the council, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabby. I'm coming to you from Zoom because I was at the city council meeting for about 3 hours, but I had to leave. So, so I wrote this for you while I was there. Like I said, my name is Gabby. I'm a lifelong resident of San Bernardino, more specifically the west side of San Bernardino, and even more specifically 10th Street and Mount Vernon, about 5 houses down from the existing railroad and the proposed railroad expansion of agenda number 8. I had come to speak to y'all today because I know that I need to speak up about this and say something about it, but truthfully, I have so many thoughts and feelings about all of this and like the process that has happened that it's hard for me to figure out exactly where to start. Maybe I could speak about the massive frustration I have as I see this encroachment on my neighborhood as yet another extension of the logistics industry takeover of this city that has been happening over the last decade. That the displacement and pollution that this will create is only a fraction of what has been going on at a larger scale throughout the city. Or maybe the indignation I feel about how disruptive it is to live in that neighborhood when another track is at it and more trains pass by, and the amount of rattling and shaking and noise that will happen throughout the day and night all year round. Honestly, I even thought about coming up here and insulting some of you because I'm frustrated that I feel you will not use your power to put your constituents' well-being over private profit, because I have yet to see otherwise. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to ask you to give my community an opportunity to have a say in how all of this goes, as we will be the ones who live with the consequences of your decisions tonight. I ask that y'all not approve this project and demand for significantly better mitigation efforts to the health impacts that are created by their presence in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have heard from staff report, and we have heard public comments. Is staff willing to respond to a couple of issues that I have noted? The first off is the graffiti removal, the vine growth, and that was Mr. Penman's. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, I have a Brown Act question just of the city attorney. I'm not sure who provided this here, I don't know what to call this presentation, but it's not in the actual agenda. Are there enough to be made available to the public?
I do not have enough. They're going to do it on the monitor. Is that okay?
Just a reminder that we are required, when council members have provided information, we need to have copies available to the public.
Or they can't present.
Or they can't present it.
Or distribute their material.
Right. We just need to make sure that there's transparency and it's made available. If the copies are not provided to the council and you have a presentation, you can make the presentation, but when you give items to the city council, they have to be at least several made available to any member of the public that wishes to have a copy of it as well.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, let's go back to the question of Mr. Penman regarding the vines, vine growth, graffiti removal, maintenance, etc.
BNSF would be responsible for the maintenance of all those portions, which would include graffiti abatement, maintaining the vines, and other landscaping. That's a BNSF obligation under this. It'll be on essentially their stuff.
Is that somehow codified by action in this, any of this?
Alex?
Yes, it is.
Show me the
It
line.
will be in the,
Packet page, resolution.
the wall itself is owned by BNSF, and they can, but I don't see it here, but is the responsibility of the maintenance and the graffiti removal will be on the BNSF group, not the city. And they can present for that if you like.
Yeah, BNSF is here to answer questions.
To answer any questions, any concerns.
So if I just might make a comment, I think what you're addressing here this evening is the vacation of city property of the street. My understanding in listening to the staff report is that this would sort of be like a swap. What the city gives, the BNSF would give back in the form of improved street conditions, some sidewalks, some lighting, and making some representations as to long-term maintenance. I think what we're struggling with a little bit is that a street vacation is usually a one and done. You vacate the street because there's no longer a public purpose or a need for it, and then there's some conditions, and then you're done, you walk away. This street vacation is tied into significant public improvements, but we don't have anything that really tells us when the public improvements are going to be made, how they're going to be made, what if they don't get made. So I think what could be missing is some type of agreement that actually backs up all of these representations. So that's what I was speaking with staff about. So the action is lawful, the CEQA documentation is completed, but I think what we don't have is like a fleshed out conditions of approval that you would normally see with a project. And it's because this is a little awkward. We don't normally do things this way. It's a creative way to get you some solid improvements. So my recommendation would be perhaps if you do decide to move forward with this evening, that you add a condition that they enter into an agreement signed by the city manager, subject to city attorney review, that memorializes all of the representations that they may make to you tonight. Or that you continue it and we'll bring the agreement back to you to review.
That doesn't exactly answer my question. The resolution provides that you're going to approve this vacation subject to 3 conditions that the city is imposing on BNSF. My question is, if BNSF does not comply with the conditions, our clients want to know, who do we go to? Because there should be some enforcement mechanism on the part of the city. If you're going to adopt a resolution tonight that imposes 3 conditions on BNSF, and they don't comply with your conditions, how do your constituents seek redress? That's the question I'm asking.
So Mayor, first of all, we are having a public hearing. We need to make sure that public speakers are acknowledged by the chair and that they're in order. But I think that goes to what I'm recommending to the council is exactly that issue, is that right now the conditions included in the resolution, but we have no details. I'm proposing that you have details in the form of an agreement. That agreement would say, as a condition of approving the street vacation, you've promised to do X, Y, and Z. If you don't do X, Y, and Z, these are the consequences. These are the remedies.
Okay, Mr. Penman.
And that would be satisfactory, but I'd ask
Mr. Penman.
that I come back to you.
Mr. Penman, thank you, sir. We're going to move on. We'll open it up to council members' final questions or comments, or any final comments from staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
are we going to hear from BNSF tonight? Because I move that we hear from BNSF, and then after hearing from BNSF, if we need to make a motion for this agreement subject to the city attorney, then we move in that direction. But let's at least hear from BNSF.
Yes, they're here to answer questions, any questions you may have. They do have some information to share with you, but we don't have enough copies of the handout, so I think we're not going to tee that up, so please pull that down. but they are here to answer questions.
Okay, the representative, we have Ms. Kent, Mr. Stoyich, representing BNSF. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to come before you tonight and talk about this important project. I think we can hopefully address some of the concerns and issues that have been raised today by members of the council and as well as the community members here. I just want to say that I've been with BNSF now for 26 years, and I've been based right here in San Bernardino, also a graduate of Cal State San Bernardino, so it's a place that I consider home as well. Before we get into some of the project specifics, I thought it might be important to just talk a little bit about BNSF and who we are as a company. When you talk about how do we hold them accountable, I will tell you that we are committed to this project and to the commitments to the improvements that we have committed to as part of that. And we certainly are willing to enter into the agreement to ensure that that happens. But just a little bit about BNSF. We operate in 28 states and 3 Canadian provinces. We have about 32,500 miles of track and about 35,000 employees that work for our company, including 7,500 locomotives. Anywhere in the country at any given moment, we operate approximately 1,200 trains a day. We're a vital link in the U.S. economy. There are American families and American businesses that rely on us across the entire country. I think, you know, when you think about the rail company, you may think about your grandpa, your grandma that used to work for the rail company, or you think about them when you're stopped perhaps at a crossing, but you don't realize the impact that it has on your life. Many of the things that we depend on day to day are carried on a BNSF train. We were critical during the onset of COVID when a lot of people were in lockdown. Our folks were out there in a locomotive trying to move the nation's goods, including medical supplies, masks, gowns, to ensure that the country continued to move forward. And then that also included food products. One job in the rail sector supports 8 others in the economy. A little bit about San Bernardino, because you see the yard when you pass by, but you may not understand how critical it is in the supply chain. BNSF has operated that facility since 1883. That is a long time, and I think we've managed to stay in business for that long because we've held true to our commitments, and we've been a good community provider. I think it's also important to mention that when the yard in San Bernardino was built in 1883, we were criticized by the city of San Bernardino because we built that facility so far out from the main hub of the city. The fire department said, "You are too far away for city services." Since that time, homes built up around the facility. Many of those homes were houses to our employees who walked to work. And as Raul mentioned from Ibarra's Market, many of those employees 75 years ago came into his store and still do today. We have about 500 employees that work at that yard. I know the city indicated that you're hiring. We're hiring too, and we need people at that facility, and we want to hire local residents for that facility. An average job operating a locomotive is approximately $132,000 per year. It's providing a good wage and a good living for our residents. Hopefully that will prompt some of you to put in your application, men and women. I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about our environmental initiatives. Because we heard a lot tonight from the residents, and I hear you loud and clear about environmental concerns. I think it's important to mention that on average, a BNSF train can move a ton of freight more than 480 miles on a single gallon of diesel fuel. If the average SUV were as fuel efficient as a locomotive, it would get 250 miles per gallon. I don't know about you, but when you pull up to the gas pump and it's over $6 a gallon, 250 miles per gallon sounds pretty attractive to me right now. I think it's also important to mention that on average, trains move 3 to 4 times more fuel efficient than their highway counterparts and lower greenhouse gas emissions by more than 75%. I think it's also important to really talk about what we do at San Bernardino, because that's what really matters to the residents who are here tonight and to the community members that are watching on their TVs at home. Sustainability is extremely important for BNSF, and one of the words that we quite often hear is we want more zero-emission technology. We hear you loud and clear, and BNSF has been at the forefront of testing battery electric equipment. You may be surprised to learn that at San Bernardino was one of the very first facilities that we put battery electric hostlers in the facility to move containers in and around the yard. They've since gone in Los Angeles and also our Stockton facility. We also have tested the very first over-the-road battery electric locomotive between Stockton and Barstow. That locomotive, although is promising, there were some issues with the battery and it wasn't strong enough and took a considerable amount of time to charge. So there's still work to be done there. But we didn't give up there. In fact, we're getting ready to announce a second locomotive that we will be working right here in the basin. It will travel from Los Angeles to Barstow, right through San Bernardino, excuse me. And that will be a battery electric locomotive with a larger battery, zero emission. So we will continue to test that technology and implement it where feasible. San Bernardino also has an automatic gate system, and we installed that out of concerns from the community to try to further reduce our impacts. So that reduced the amount of time that trucks were idling waiting to get into that facility. We're also testing hybrid rubber tire gantry cranes that are electric cranes. So we will continue to move towards zero emission and do our part to be a good neighbor in not only San Bernardino, but in communities across our network. I was going to turn it over to Mark for a couple of minutes to talk about the project, and I'll certainly stand by because I know that there's a lot of questions, but he can get into a few more details of the specifics of it.
Before you leave, would you cover the outreach, since there were comments on that, and then
Sure.
the AQMD slide, if you like?
Sure. Yeah, I would just like to spend a couple of minutes because I know that there was some concerns that, perhaps there was not enough done in the community in terms of notification. Can you hand me that slide, please?
Use this.
Mine is not here. While Mark is looking for that, there were 3 separate notifications that went out to residents within 500 feet per the city's requirements. The notice of preparation, notice of availability of the draft DIR, notice of the Planning Commission meeting. There were also 4 Planning Commission meetings that gave opportunity for, or 4 meetings with the Planning Commission, including a site tour that gave residents the opportunity to come and provide comments. We met individually with property owners adjacent to the project. We successfully acquired a number of those homes, and they were willing sellers, I think is important to add. We did not force anybody out of their homes. In fact, we've worked very cooperatively with all of the neighbors in that area. We did hold a community meeting with a neighborhood association, and people were invited to that meeting after one of the residents went door to door and invited folks to that meeting. Only 6 people showed up, unfortunately. We did do close coordination with both the city's fire department and the police department to get their feedback and an understanding of some of their concerns, and that was incorporated into the overall project description. Most recently, we went door to door to over 27 homes in the neighborhood and passed out information about the project and invited folks to come out and learn more about our project. That was done in both English and in Spanish. We did set up a booth in front of Ibarra's Market, and we're there to answer questions from the community and address any concerns that they had. Out of the 2,700 flyers that were passed out, we had 15 people that attended the meeting at Ibarra's Market. Before I move past that, I also think it's important to mention Ibarra's Market. And if you have not gone and visited Ibarra's Market, please go. They are the most gracious, wonderful people and are great business owners in the community, and they deserve for people to come in and buy from their store. We need to keep them in business there. So I just can't say enough about how wonderful those folks are. Did we go? Okay.
That's good. Good evening. Mark Ostoich. My address is 550 East Hospitality Lane here in San Bernardino, and I've been working with BNSF on this project since the outset of the entitlement process. The project has actually been in planning for many years because it's a needed project. And I want to speak to you a little bit about the nuts and bolts of this project, what it is and what it isn't. There have been a number of comments that this is an expansion of the rail operation and expansion of the yard operation. That is not the case. The yard is a very busy yard. BNSF is a common carrier, which means that they're required to receive and ship freight. This yard is a very busy yard and very constrained because it's only about 135 acres and it's completely surrounded by urban development. So it really can't expand its ramps, its tracks, its loading mechanisms to expand its operation. This project has as its purpose increasing the efficiency of the yard, getting the trains in and out of the yard more rapidly. There's a lead track at the northeast corner of the yard that connects the yard to the Transcontinental Main Line. The lead track, the ideal configuration of the lead track is 4 lines, 4 tracks, and it is in that approximately 4-mile distance that the lead track exists. It does have 4 tracks in certain areas, but in other areas it only has 3. The purpose of this project is to add that 4th track so that the lead track out of the yard for its entire length of approximately 4 miles is 4 tracks. That way, the trains that are now idling at the north end of the yard waiting to get in and are idling waiting to get out, creating air impacts due to inefficient operations of an idling train and creating noise impacts as the trains stop and start, will all be made more efficient. And the environmental impact report and technical studies that support it establish that there will actually be a 43% reduction in air impacts, and that's simply because the trains will move in and out of the yard more consistently and more efficiently. The idling and train noise will be diminished because they won't be stopping and starting. The noise impacts I want to speak to as well are greatly managed by the sound wall system that I'll talk about in a little more detail in a moment. But we have improved the noise impacts over the existing impacts through the use of sound walls, with one exception. Up near University Avenue, we have a 1 decibel increase in noise, which is imperceptible to the ear. And under federal railroad regulations, it's too small to require mitigation. So the sound wall system that I'll describe in a little more detail in a moment actually improves the sound impacts over what they are today. So if we didn't do this project, the noise would be there, the air impacts would be there. By doing this project, what we're doing is reducing the noise impacts and reducing the air impacts. So we're actually making it better. We're not expanding the operation. That is not the purpose of this project. The purpose of the project is to make the yard operate more efficiently because it's tight. It's a small yard and it does a lot of business. So it's incredibly important that it operate efficiently. Let me just give you a few more details. This project is a very significant project. There's approximately $100 million being expended for this project, and those dollars will be spent in construction and acquisition, much of which has already occurred in this community. So it's a significant project, and it involves, as has been said earlier, sound walls, new circulation improvements, new very needed stormwater management improvements, which we'll describe in more detail in a few moments. So I want to reiterate, this project will improve air quality, it will reduce noise, it will result in new roadway improvements up and down the line of what is now a very deteriorated North I Street. It will increase lighting in the area. All of the new street improvements that are made will be made with lighting that is to code, so the neighborhoods will be illuminated properly, and there will be major storm improvements installed that will manage the stormwater that already exists on those streets. We'll show you some photos in a moment that show just how bad the flooding can be along that area of North I Street from runoff that starts in the city streets. I mean, it's a major, major problem. We're doing approximately $5 million in storm drain improvements that will mitigate that problem. Included in those improvements will be a water quality basin that will clean the water and before it's discharged. So it will be a major improvement. There'll be many major improvements resulting from this project. We prepared an environmental impact report. As the city attorney correctly said, the action that you're being asked to take tonight is to adopt a resolution vacating some existing city streets. An EIR was prepared to support that, and we did that in an abundance of caution so that we could be as transparent as possible and as complete in the environmental analysis. And with the mitigation that's proposed and required in the EIR, all impacts are being reduced to less than a significant level, which means there's no statement of overriding considerations required because we're not creating any unmitigatable significant impacts. We're in fact improving the environment as a result of this project. And of course the EIR was prepared by a competent firm, and it was reviewed by an independent firm engaged by the city, and it's a very comprehensive document. I want to talk for just one more moment about the sound walls. The EIR required that we install 2,130 lineal feet of sound walls at locations starting at 6th Street and going north in order to reduce project impacts to below a level of significance. The cost of that 2,100 approximately feet of sound wall is about $1 million. In addition to that, BNSF is voluntarily committing to add another 7,500 lineal feet of sound wall throughout areas where it wasn't required by the sound analysis to mitigate impacts, but it's being added to reduce the overall noise from the rail operation to below what it is today. So this is, in my opinion, this is a significant community benefit that's being voluntarily offered by BNSF. The cost of the additional approximately 7,500 lineal feet of sound wall is approximately $4 million more. So there's 9,600 lineal feet of sound wall at a total cost of around $5 million. The walls will be, depending on the topography, from 8 to 10 feet high. They'll be colored masonry block, anti-graffiti coating, and by the way, BNSF will be responsible for maintenance of those walls, just as it will the landscaping. The landscaping will be installed where visibility exists, where the walls are visible from a public street, for example. Landscaping will be installed. We will show you some slides in a moment, if you will permit it, that will give you an idea of the landscaping. Mr. Penman was correct when he mentioned the three conditions within the resolution, but I wanted to clarify one thing. The landscaping requirement, it requires landscaping, and we're prepared to do landscaping. Vines are an example of that landscaping. It doesn't require vines. We've done an in-depth study of it, and we think vines are not the best solution. But we'll describe that in a little more detail in just a moment. I think that I have pretty much covered the nuts and bolts, but I want to reiterate, if the project is not built, air quality will not be improved. If the project is not built, noise will not be reduced. The existing noise will remain as it is. If the project is not built, the new roadways that we'll show you in just a moment will not be built. And if you've traveled along that area of along North I Street, many of the streets are highly deteriorated. There's segments that literally are like an alley that you can't really maneuver through with a vehicle of any size. The condition is very poor. So if this project isn't approved, that condition will remain, and these unfortunate drainage issues will also remain if the project isn't improved. And these are a product not of the railroad. These are a product of normal sheet flowing across city streets during heavy rain events. So personally, I believe the project carries many benefits, and it does all of this without expanding the capacity and creating the impacts that folks here this evening have indicated concern about. I will just say in conclusion, in the area of nuts and bolts, we would be open to adding a fourth condition to the resolution that requires, as a condition of the vacation being final, the negotiation of an agreement between the city and BNSF that sets forth the details of the project, the schedule, what's going to be built, when it's going to be built, with more detail than we have. Now, we have mitigation measures in the EIR, and there'll be a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that will monitor the performance of those mitigation measures. But we're very open to the idea of an agreement, and we would suggest that it be a condition of the approval of the resolution. So the resolution of vacation would become effective upon completion of that agreement. So we would get busy and negotiate that with city staff as soon as possible. So with that, and thank you for your attention. I'm sorry to belabor these points. We have a brief film to show you, and it demonstrates really well what the area looks like today and what it will look like when the project's implemented. So it shows you the before and after view. It's difficult on a linear project like this to really envision what it's going to look like when it's done, but we've put a lot of effort into developing a simulation that will show you not only what it looks like today, but it will show you what it'll look like on completion. And if you would permit us just a few moments to run that, I think it'll give you a much better mental picture of what this project looks like. I'm going to need help with this, so I'm incapable of doing it. So Jennifer, okay.
With the mayor?
I can talk, but I can't run a film. And this is Jennifer Harry.
Sorry.
She's a principal at Kimley Horn, and she led the team that actually created this simulation.
Perfect. Okay, so the white line that you see on the screen is going to separate the existing from the proposed. So the lower half of the screen, excuse me, is the proposed. This is right at the corner of Embarras Market. What you just saw there was the existing chain link fence is deteriorated, replaced with the tubular steel fence. That's the only improvement we're doing between Spruce and 6th. As you can see, there's 4 tracks there right now. That's there today. So there's no, besides replacing the fence and some drainage improvements behind the fence, nothing is happening there. As you continue to the north, excuse me, that's where we transition down to 3 tracks, and we will be adding the 4th track. So in the foreground there, you can see the screen wall, or the sound wall, excuse me, being added as you approach 7th Street, and you can see it kind of takes a jog there. And then you can see the new street that would be installed right there at 7th. And we're going to drop down here in a second so that you can see there's the existing condition in that sort of very narrow I Street. The new pavement that we'll be adding, curb and gutter, sidewalk, ADA ramps will also be added. The sound wall, and then, as Mark mentioned, new street lighting. Some of these streets do have existing lighting on them, but not all of them are up to the current standards. So when we come through and redo the streets, we will be upgrading that lighting to meet the current standards. So as we continue, again, you can see that that sound wall is continuous. The real breaks that we'll have in the sound walls will be at the overpasses. Obviously, we can't continue the sound wall, nor would we want to at those overpasses. So you'll see as we hop over 9th Street here that there'll be a break in that sound wall, and then we'll skip over 9th Street here in just a minute. And you can see the area, a lot of these areas are industrial areas, as you can see right here in the foreground. In those areas, that's where Mark was saying that wall is not even visible to the public. It's behind a commercial or industrial use. As we continue here north of 9th, the building that we're coming up is actually the Salvation Army building, if you're familiar with the area. This is an area where we've continued to have, or they've continued to experience drainage issues. This entire kind of elbow, if you will, on 10th Street floods during rain events. And as you can see, the wall, we're not actually we only need a small sliver of that Salvation Army property. And that's all we really needed to acquire there. However, the Salvation Army did approach us and actually requested that BNSF purchase their entire property. They're looking at consolidating their operations and asked if BNSF would be willing to consider that. So BNSF is working with the Salvation Army on that now. What you're starting to see now in that green area is that detention basin that Mark mentioned. This will help mitigate a lot of that flooding that currently occurs down at the corner. It will be improved with landscaping along the wall, and there'll be a typical hydroseed and some planting within the basin. And this access road that you see here along the fence provides access for the maintenance crews along the line. In this next piece here, we're still maintaining that sound wall, although it's at the back of an industrial use, industrial property. And actually these cul-de-sacs that you see here, I'll just note, those used to extend to a portion of I Street that was actually vacated by the owner of that facility. So those cul-de-sacs are newly built based on that vacation. We're coming up here on 14th Street. This is another situation where we'd be improving that existing street between 14th and Magnolia.
I want to react to this. As you see the northbound freeway, and as you're narrating, I want to speak up from the community here. What we see is if we see an 8 to 10 foot wall, what mitigation and what landscaping will you do so that the freeway side or the more easterly side of that wall, how will there be some type of landscaping on the frontage of the freeway so that people headed northbound or southbound, as they look at a brick wall, I don't want graffiti there.
So, well, right now, the way the wall is planned, it will be a split-face wall. It will have an anti-graffiti coating on both sides of the wall. Right now, there's no landscaping proposed on the freeway side. So between essentially the tracks and the wall on that side, it would be on the side where the residents are. That's where the landscaping is proposed.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but to be clear, residents, the image of the city is most important here. And my request would be that staff, Mark, you had suggested there's this 9,000 linear feet. Where, that's the city side, well, that's the street
So
side.
that's the street side, and that's kind of the, again, kind of representative landscaping that BNSF is proposing, more of a kind of
So
cactus,
what
less
I
inviting.
I understand that. What I'd like to do is also have staff identify the viewpoints from this state highway side.
Sure.
It's not all 100% of this wall. It'd be a significant portion. But can we somehow asset map that and identify those points to see how we can negotiate that?
Sure, yeah.
I would just add,
Yeah, I'll walk you through this last little piece. There's one little piece, and then Lena can address that. Just a realignment, if you will, of this existing knuckle that's there today at 17th Street, just south of Massachusetts. That's that last little piece that you're seeing in the screen.
That's highly exposed to my freeway traffic in and out. So I want to make sure that we, staff, I go on record, I'm asking staff to work with Burlington Northern, find out where we can identify those viewpoints so we can cover it with ivy or whatever landscaping so that the freeway side doesn't have a constant. I appreciate the split rock. I understand that. I appreciate the graffiti removal. But is there some type of application in addition to that to provide for landscaping?
What would that look like? What would that requirement look like? Would it be reasonable efforts or diligent efforts to identify aesthetic enhancements at certain points on the freeway side?
Well, as I had suggested, Mr. Soich, I'm not asking for 100%. What was you quoted a linear feet.
9,600 feet.
Okay, so 9,600 feet.
That's the total.
In aggregate total. With the addition of the 7,500 additional feet, we're grateful for that. Thank you. But what I'm suggesting is that where it interfaces and there's viewpoints from the state highway side into and westerly on that wall, how can staff work with BNSF to provide additional landscaping so that it doesn't? I don't want, Mark, bottom line is I don't want graffiti on the wall. That's it. I don't want graffiti on the wall. And if you need to put vine or you need to do whatever landscaping, that's my request, is that we do that now. Because we need to have that adult, mature conversation now, Mark, versus later when I get 5 or 10 years from now, people are calling me, the mayor's office, or one of these council members, and what are you doing about the graffiti, Mayor? Because already there's a lot of graffiti on the state highway side. And now I have another attractive pellet for these graffiti artists to start getting to work. So if you could work with that.
Okay, let me, and obviously we're going to do the right thing here, but let me just say that there's some considerations that I want to just be clear about. It's an active rail line within close proximity to that wall, so it makes, putting anyone out there to work in maintaining landscaping puts them at risk. Secondly, Caltrans is actually removing bushy landscaping from the rights-of-way on a statewide basis because of the homeless situation. It's becoming havens for homeless. So we don't want to create another problem. And as I had said earlier, the walls are going to be graffiti-proofed, and BNSF is going to be responsible to maintain them. Now, with those qualifications, I respect your statement, and if there was a way to craft some diligent effort between BNSF and staff to incorporate some amount of aesthetic treatment on the freeway side at certain viewpoints, we would consider that.
Mr. City Manager.
So I think these are some of the issues that would have to be sorted out through Mr. Stoyich has already committed to negotiating an agreement with the city and agreed to make this approval conditional upon conditional approval based on us concluding that type of an agreement. Sort out those types of, personally, I think it would be maybe more effective and maintainable to do something just with hard wall, but do something that's decorative, not just a plain block wall. So, as long as BNSF amenable to that sort of an approach, along with, because it's difficult to get to that just because it's in Caltrans right away. And
Well,
it's not going to include this. I don't see this agreement including Caltrans. So we figure out a different treatment, perhaps. We'll see. But we'd like to have a little bit of latitude in terms of negotiating the agreement.
Well, my recommendations, and I think at the end of the day, my request is reasonable. It's 9,600 linear feet. We're asking for identified viewpoints. It's not all 100% of the wall. Where appropriate, we need to have that. Secondly, in response to Mr. Stoyich, I'm not suggesting that there's encroachment of landscaping onto the right-of-way of the rail line. I'm not suggesting or recommending that landscape be installed to prohibit or add additional maintenance. What I'm saying is simple: vines or some other appropriate landscaping feature that would somehow disguise and discourage the graffiti.
So Mayor, I think I understand, and I think we can prepare an agreement. I think what we need to do is look to those corridors. I know exactly what you're referring to when you look at some of these railway corridors where you have residential and residential walls and walls throughout Southern California. You do see graffiti on both sides. And you see a lot of homeless, and you see a lot of encampments, and we often have troubles with the railroad companies in terms of they don't have a lot of staff. There's safety issues. So I think we understand the issues. I'm happy to work with the city manager and staff to address them. I will say I don't think you're going to address them 100%. And I think that's the thing we'll have to really, I think your issue is a good one that we're going to have to address, because we're going to have a tall wall with access and visibility from your freeway, and we're going to have to be creative about how we make sure that it's consistently maintained so that your city doesn't look bad when people are traveling your new freeway.
That's the ultimate goal.
I get that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're just looking to have some flexibility in it, that's all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stoyich.
And I just want to say, there's one issue that Lena just reminded me of. All the railroads, including BNSF throughout its system, face regular, aggressive cargo theft. And any shrubs, trees, jungles alongside the line encourages that kind of behavior. So I think what I'm saying, so that I'm clear, and I respect what you're requesting, and we will agree to make an effort to address that within the agreement to the extent that it's reasonable to do so. If we're going to create crime and if we're going to put people at risk maintaining plants in an active rail line, we may not be able to come to agreement. So I guess I would ask that if we commit to make a diligent effort to try to accommodate your request, but it's not possible to do it, I wouldn't want our resolution to be in limbo forever. I guess that would be my request.
Okay, we'll open it up for council members' comments, reactions. Mr. Barr, you had a question?
Yes, currently, on your report, you're saying that this will mitigate the waiting time of the trains that are currently waiting in line to go in. Do you anticipate more trains coming into the area, or no?
No, we do not.
Because I came from Orange County, and I saw how the 405 always got expanded, and it did not matter how many more additional lanes they created, there was always traffic congestion. I myself have asthma too, so I heard a community. That is my concern, that the air quality will not be improving. You build more railways, and you're going to have more trains in the area.
And I appreciate that. The capacity in a rail yard is created by the number of lifts that you can do. So you need ramps, you need tracks within the rail yard. That's what designates how many trains you can send out. By building a fourth track, you're not creating capacity. If you can't accommodate capacity in your yard, which we can't. I mean, we're stressed right now. So I appreciate your concern, but I'm going to stand by what I said previously. This is not a capacity project. This is an efficiency project.
Okay, and how much time do you think we're going to wait on the electrical trains? Because I'm all for energy efficient and no diesel.
Good question. You know, right now we're testing them. It would, once it's proven technology, you obviously need to phase in those locomotives. You can't replace 7,500 locomotives because we have locomotives that are operating interstate. They're not confined to just this location. So it would take some time in order to implement that. But it is several years out before we'll be able to have a complete changeover in our locomotive fleet. If you think back to locomotives, you had the, coal-powered locomotives, and then you have the diesel-electric locomotives. Locomotives do not change technology that often. Our locomotives currently now are diesel-electric, and that's why they have such great fuel efficiency. But this would be the next phase, and it is just going to take some time. We're partnering with CARB, we're partnering with the AQMD in order to bring that technology forward.
In the meantime, the people who live there are going to breathe in that air. That
Well,
is my concern.
actually,
and for them to have asked to have vines, for example, that's minimal. That would help offset some of that air quality. Not all of it, but it will help offset some of the bad air.
So I appreciate your comments. This project actually is not increasing capacity. It's doing exactly what the residents are asking us to do. We are reducing emissions by 43%. I mean, if you think about that, that's almost half of the emissions right there are being reduced by this one project. They're concerned about noise. We're addressing noise. A lot of the noise, if you stand out there, you also hear from the freeway. So we're addressing the noise that's coming from the freeway. Now, we are definitely not opposed to landscaping, and we have implemented that into the project. I think we just need to be really careful about what kind of landscaping that is. I will tell you that we had a situation down in our Watson facility where they requested landscaping, and we did dense landscaping around that facility. We ultimately ended up pulling it out after a young girl was raped in there and was a victim of crime from people that were hiding in that shrubbery. So I would just ask that we really think through. We have we're obviously in the middle of a drought. We know that the homeless like to migrate towards dense landscaping, but in the proposal that we're submitting, we've put in a beautification project, a beautiful wall that we are going to maintain. We drive through here too. We take a lot of pride in our facility, and our employees take a lot of pride in the work that they do. In fact, our supervisor here for our track maintenance is here. This is how important it is. Our chief of police is here to also, just hear from the residents and the concerns. But we take a lot of pride in what we do, and we are committed to ensuring that that wall is maintained. We have also spoken to the Salvation Army and have asked them, is there an opportunity to do some type of homeless to work program where perhaps they even help with some of the graffiti removal. We're not counting on that. We have our own crews that will go out there and do that, but there is some opportunities to partner with some key groups to help get people off the streets, back to work, and beautify our neighborhood at the same time while reducing emissions.
That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Alexander.
Yes, thank you very much. And could you repeat one more time, how much does it reduce emissions?
Emissions will be reduced by 43%.
Thank you very much, 43%. And first of all, thank you, Mr. Keiser, for your report. I appreciate it. I want to thank all the planning commissioners who did this because they went on a site tour as well to view this project. They couldn't quite grasp it inside, so they had to go out there on site. So Commissioner Ron Lewis and Commissioner Doris Armstead, or 6th and 7th commissioners, they went out there to view it, and they did a very good job. But I just want to recognize those planning commissioners. What else are you guys doing? Are you doing some additional street lighting? Is that true?
We are. We're bringing the street lights up to code. We're repaving the streets. We are improving the drainage significantly.
Okay.
We've been big supporters of the Salvation Army for years, and their building has flooded a number of times.
Okay, thank you. And what are you guys going to do as far as local vendors? I see this is a $100 million project. How are you going to enlist and engage local vendors during this expansion?
All right, great question. And
Great question. And please keep it.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sound like my husband. I would say that we are, in our RFPs, we have put out that a local hire requirement is part of that.
What does that mean? Does that mean San Bernardino City proper, or does that mean county-wide? What does that mean?
We would prefer to hire, or have those vendors that will be working on this project to hire from within the city of San Bernardino. And we have put that into our RFPs.
So if we put that into our agreement, can we work that into our agreement so a certain percentage must come from the city of San Bernardino? Can that possibly be negotiated?
We've already initiated the process to include that requirement to our contractors in the RFP, but we'd have no problem including that in the agreement as well.
You are wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
I'm intimately familiar with this project area, and all of these things that you've mentioned are improvements over what exists there now. Half of I Street only exists on a map. Cars get stuck there. They become homeless encampments. That we have jungles there already, and these are all improvements in that area. And not to even mention also the reduction in emissions. I live across the street from the train depot, and I've taken tours of that train depot, and I know that it's at capacity already. So there really isn't an option to increase traffic through there. This is to keep trains from idling next to that neighborhood. So it reduces emissions. It vastly improves the infrastructure of that immediate neighborhood. And just about everything that I have asked for from BNSF, they've come through with. So I continue to expect that you guys will negotiate in good faith when we approve this resolution tonight. So I would move to approve with the condition that you negotiate with staff on the details, and those recommendations have been made from this dais.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Second.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. It was mentioned earlier that you had an opportunity to do some community outreach, to meet with community members in that area. So, good. Thank you for doing that. I have not a major concern, a minor concern with, there have been a few continuations of this item since its original posting on the agenda a few months ago. Have there been any changes from that original posting? Because my concern at this point would be if there have been, has the community then been engaged with some of those changes?
No, there have not been any changes. The reason for the two continuances were, number one, we weren't ready to go. The staff report wasn't at a place where the city staff was satisfied with it, and so we put it over 2 weeks, and then as luck would have it, I was on vacation when it was continued to, so I begged for 2 more weeks, and that brings us to today.
Okay.
No changes.
So then, okay, so it was just for different reasons.
Yes.
So it was mentioned a couple of times that there is no intention to increase operational capacity. This is a capacity versus efficiency. So there is no plan to increase capacity, traffic, on and on and on, right? This is just simply for efficiency purposes.
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay.
It's for efficiency, not for capacity.
The concern, and I'll bring this up not because it's directly related to this project, but simply because when I look at actions, they don't seem to align with what's actually being said here. And I'll point out a couple of, there have been, BNSF has purchased properties or made plans to increase capacity in areas in the region, like Barstow, And just south of this location, within walking distance, BNSF has purchased acres of property for purposes of, I presume, increasing capacity. I doubt you're planning on building any office space there. So on one side, we're hearing, no, there is no plans to increase capacity, but yet there are actions being taken in other areas of the city, purchasing acres and acres of property, of land, for purposes of increasing capacity. So the actions aren't really aligning with what's actually being said. And so I'm having a difficult time coming to terms with that. We're being told that this is really more of an efficiency, not a capacity, but I'm seeing something different.
Okay, good question, and I think I can help address that. Yes, we have acquired property in the city of San Bernardino. That property will be used for overflow parking when our existing facility runs into some issues. I will give you an example. During March Madness, when a lot of people are buying those automobiles that, as the new models are coming out and those vehicles go on sale, a big portion of the business that we do in our San Bernardino yard is automobiles. Teslas are just some of the vehicles that are there. So that lot that we purchased would be used on occasion to store vehicles on when we run out of space at our existing facility. I would say that that is not the way that we build capacity, is with that additional lot. Capacity really, we have to have the ability within our existing facility to load and move trains out of the yard. We are very constrained in San Bernardino, primarily because of the Mount Vernon Bridge project. And I hope that all of you know that even though that was a barrier for our growth at San Bernardino, we did not step in the way of that project. In fact, we contributed close to $30 million to help move it forward when there were some financial issues in raising the funds necessary for that. But it is a factor in our ability to grow there. That is not the location where we expect to have significant growth at San Bernardino. As much as we would like to, that is not the case. We have some efficiency issues and we have some bottlenecks. And just like any street within the city, when you have bottlenecks, you figure out ways to help move that traffic through there more efficiently. This does not create additional customers or capacity for our rail line. It just moves it through that yard more efficiently. I would also add that the property we did acquire, we have really tried to be good stewards with it already. In fact, the San Bernardino Valley College reached out and wanted to utilize that property for commencement. We did not hesitate. We worked through that agreement at our own expense, had people out there to open up the gates, and we made sure that they were able to use that facility that day. So we have worked to try to be a good steward in the community and partner with the colleges and others.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion and a second with the recommendations. That's your motion, Mr. Sanchez? Yes. Okay, and second. So those recommendations that I uttered also, please. All right. Members cast your vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll close the hearing at approximately 11:24 p.m. for deliberation. We have a motion by Sanchez with the support from Charette. Sorry. Anybody else? Okay, members, please cast your votes.
The item passes 4-1, and Councilmember Ibarra has abstained.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Attention. It was tedious, I know, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on to item number 9. This is a public hearing on annexation number 14 to Community Facilities District 2019-1. The recommendation is there before you. I have a public hearing script, so please bear with me, council and audience. The public hearing is to consider annexation proceedings and elections for City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1. Annexation number 14. The public hearing is approximately 11:23 p.m. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the notices as required by law have been given? And do we have a complete file of the documents?
Yes.
Are there any written communications on the matter?
No.
Okay, do any council members wish to hear the staff report? Hearing none, we will now suspend the presentation. We'll now receive comments from any persons in the audience tonight who wishes to address the City Council or the Mayor on this matter. Please identify yourself now. Seeing none, would the city staff like to make any further comments? Okay, do any members of the City Council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close the public hearing? Hearing none, Ms. City Clerk, has the City Clerk received any written protests?
No, I have not.
Okay, I now declare the hearing closed, the time being approximately 11:24 p.m. May I please have a motion to adopt resolution number 2022-104 of the Mayor and City Council? All right, there's a motion by Charette, second by Sanchez.
This will be a voice vote. Councilmember Sanchez? Yes. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
The resolution that we've just adopted calls for elections within the property to be annexed to CFD number 2019-1, to approve such annexation and to authorize the levy of the special tax in accordance with the rate and the method of apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the City Clerk.
Okay, all ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2019-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2019-1.
Having received a certificate of the City Clerk certifying the results of the election, I'd now like to entertain a motion to approve of resolution number 2022-105 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring the election results for the Community Facilities District number 2019-1. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
By Charette, second by Figueroa. Any further discussion? Okay, a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Sanchez? Yes. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1581 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2022-2023 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative matters and expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino, Facilities District number 2019-1. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
By Charette. By Ibarra. Any further discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote.
Councilmember Sanchez? Yes. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we did it, folks. That's item number 9 in the books. Item number 10, public hearing.
We're requesting that item number 10 be continued to June 15th. Breaking no hearts, I suspect.
Okay, very good. Do I have to open this up, the city attorney?
If you are continuing the public hearing to a date specific, you do, and the city clerk must post the meeting place within 24 hours.
Just for clarification, City Manager, is it June 15th or July 20th?
Why don't I do this? Let's open up the public hearing at 11:27 p.m. The item is before you. Mr. City Manager, would you please clearly ask your motion again?
We're asking that the item be continued until July 20th.
Move to continue.
July 20th. Move to continue by Charette. Second by Ibarra. there any members of the public wishing to address the council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, the motion to continue to July 20th passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. This is consent calendar. Members wishing to have any polls?
I have two, 21 and 22.
11 and
21,
12.
Mr. Figueroa.
21, 22.
Pull? Okay.
11, 12.
Ibarra, 11 and 12. Pull or questions?
Pull.
Very good. Any others?
Mine's been pulled.
If not, motion, I'll entertain a motion to move the balance.
Second.
Okay, members, cast your votes, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, consent passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. This is item number 11, pulled by Councilmember Ibarra. On our consent calendar, this is Violence Intervention Program contract amendments. Packet page 760. Ms. Ibarra, you're recognized.
Yes, I wanted to ask, I know we had opened up an RFP. Besides Operation New Hope, what other applicants do we have? That was not in the report.
So we received 3 bids, well, actually 4. 3 were complete, 1 was incomplete. I'm sorry, I'm falling asleep here. So we had 4, Raising Kings that was out of Fontana, Operation New Hope, Hope Culture, and Young Visionaries Youth Leadership. Those are the only 4, and it was open for over 100 days. We had a 30-day opening or 40-day opening for the first one. Based on the results that we got in that submission, we reopened it up in March and closed in May 5th. So a total of 100 days, 108 days, the bids was open, trying to accommodate new vendors, as you guys
Okay, can I make a motion that we bring this back with those RFPs included so we can review those? I like to view the RFPs.
It's a public record. Can you provide it?
Correct, but I like
We
it to be
we
in.
can provide those to anyone who requests them, yes.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Great.
Second.
Okay, any final questions or comments, members?
Can I make my substitute motion then, that we bring it back with the RFPs? Will somebody second me? I want to bring it back.
Failure for support of a second. Members will cast their votes on the staff recommendation.
Item 11 passes with 5 affirmative votes, and Councilmember Ibarra is abstaining.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 12, the exclusive negotiating agreement with Richmond Group LLC for a 4-acre property. 4-acre portion of Second Lake. This item was pulled by Councilmember Ibarra. Ms. Ibarra, please proceed with your question.
On this item as well, can we bring it back with some rendition of, because they want to make this exclusive agreement. They don't want us to negotiate with any other parties. What is it that they're recommending at that site? There wasn't much information on the packet.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I was having a little difficulty hearing you. Can
Yeah,
you repeat the
I
question?
just wanted to bring it, I wanted to come back with a more detailed report of what it is that they're recommending for that location. If we're going to make an exclusive negotiating agreement with them, I'd like to see what they renditions of what they see happening at Second Lake.
Is that a question or a recommendation?
That would be like my motion.
Okay.
That we bring it back.
If I may, the project proponent is here and can answer questions with respect to the
I think we're
actual
winning.
details.
I think we're winning. And is there a motion for the staff recommendation?
Yes, I move to approve the staff recommendation, and the reason there isn't more detail is because this is really a qualifying phase of this agreement. So they can't promise us all this while we're going into negotiations as to what the project is going to look like. They can't already have an end product before we go through that phase where that project takes shape.
Second.
Okay, motion, the chair will recognize motion by Sanchez and Charette. Members cast your votes on the staff recommendation.
Item 12 passes 5-1 with Councilmember Ibarra voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 21, pulled by Councilmember Juan Figueroa. This is an agreement with Parkwood Landscape Maintenance, Inc. for landscape maintenance and overseeding. Packet page 1095, item number 21. Mr. Figueroa, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And one page over 1096, I have a serious concern with this item here and how we came to a conclusion. So the city had received 5 qualified vendors for purposes of the landscape maintenance, correct? And the recommended one is based out of Van Nuys, and 2 out of the 5 that we had received are actually located in the city of San Bernardino. Plus, the one in the city of San Bernardino offered the bid for about 1.6 million less than the one in Van Nuys. I have a serious concern why we're going with a vendor located in Van Nuys and looking over 2 that are in San Bernardino, and for a cost that would be far less going with the vendor in San Bernardino. What is the methodology that is used to come to this conclusion? It makes no sense to me.
And if I may, I had the same question, so we'll get it all out of the way at once.
Okay, so what happened with this, we advertised the bids for the landscape maintenance, and we received the 5 bids that you see in front of you. So what we received to evaluate is only what is the bids, and there is no numbers attached to it. So the committee that we have from experts that went through all of these, bids and all of these recommendations that came from the bid, they concluded that Parkwood is the best to deliver the projects that we're looking for. And that is, then we receive the numbers and we know what the numbers is. But the recommendation by the committee that was done by the city, which is included our experts, that is recommended Parkwood.
Who is currently providing this service at this time?
RB Landscape.
RP. So we have determined that they do have the ability to provide this service.
It's, if you look at their numbers does not make any sense for the overseeding. We have 44 parks in the city of San Bernardino, and it will never be 158. So the numbers does not make any sense from the beginning. But then it was not evaluated at a number. It was evaluated at the services provided.
Well, we have a letter from RP.
Mm-hmm.
They've been working with us for 8 years, if this is accurate.
That's correct.
So they've never done overseeding?
They never done overseeding, no.
So what you're saying is that somebody is determining that they don't know what they're doing, or they don't know what they're bidding on. Somebody is saying, you've said overseeding is $154,000, and we know you can't do it for that.
But again, when we evaluated these proposals, these numbers were not even.
I get that, and I have a hard time with that too, because it seems like numbers have to be part of the, and they're listed as a qualified. The results of the bid opening yielded 5 qualified vendors. Well, they're not qualified because they don't know what they're doing. So they're not qualified. So they shouldn't be on the list, and they should be told that. That you people don't know what you're doing. Or we don't know what we're doing hiring them for 8 years,
It's a contract that we have.
We've never done any overseeding in the last 8 years?
We have not done overseeding in the last 8 years. During my tenure, the 4 years, I never.
I have a problem with a local vendor we've been working with us for 8 years, and I don't know what the legal issues would be, But to say, you know, we want to work with you because you're local, you've been here for 8 years, we kind of need you to take another look at that. Of course, it'd be late now because this is all public information, but we need to kind of take a look at that $154,000 for overseeding, because we don't think you can do it for that. And then if they say, yes, we can, well, then hold their feet to the fire and have them do it. Put them out of business, bankrupt them. I don't know, but that's not building a relationship, and it's certainly not. We've all talked up here about using local vendors, and I think we've talked about using local vendors to the point of actually giving them an edge, and that's what we'd be doing right now, is giving them an edge.
Let's verify if they're a local vendor.
What's that?
I said, let's verify they're a local vendor. Because I know that's getting thrown around a lot, and I did a little research myself. Let's verify.
Verify what?
That they're a local vendor. RP is a local vendor. Let's verify
Are you
that.
suggesting they're not?
I've been to their yard.
It's not
Let's
here?
take a look. Yeah, let's
Okay.
take a look.
Well, they're claiming San Bernardino, and
That's what they have on their.
they do have a P.O. box, so that doesn't tell me anything. But I just have a problem with this right now, and I don't think I can support it the way it is. I'd say we need to look at it again.
Mr. Kishta, I have a question regarding so RP Landscaping would be dissolved, the contract would dissolve, and then when or about, is there going to be some type of interlude of no service provided to parks?
No, the RV landscape contract officially ends June 30th of this year.
Okay.
Of the 20.
So then they would pick up on or about, if approved, to July 1st.
Barbara Whitehorn wants to clarify a couple issues with the actual purchasing process,
Okay.
so I'm going to let her have the microphone for a minute, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, Barbara.
Hi, Mayor and Council, thank you for indulging me. When we were talking about the way that the process works, where they evaluate based on just the contract, what are they called? Like what we expect of them. Sorry, it's been like, it's too late. But the expectations of the contract, like we basically lay out a matrix of here's what we're asking for and here's what the different vendors can do. A qualified vendor from a purchasing perspective is someone who has completed the RFP. Like if we said, we need your insurance, we need you to fill out these 3 pages, we have to have it signed and dated, that's a qualified RFP. It doesn't mean that they're submitting an RFP that is the best one, but it means that they are qualified from a purchasing perspective. Once we get those RFPs and they do the evaluations without the costing, and then we look at the costing, we can't actually speak to any of those vendors from the time we receive the RFPs until we select one, because that's considered giving an advantage to one of those vendors, and we could risk a bid protest, an upheld bid protest, because they'd be like, hey, you didn't come back to us and say, you know, what can we do? You only went to this guy. So unfortunately, we're not allowed to do that. Of course, it is absolutely up to council to say, hey, we don't want to do this, we'd rather go with this. This is staff's recommendation based on following best practices for purchasing and the California Procurement Code. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's all about procurement and how we set it up and how we have to behave with the vendors in order to make sure that it's completely fair to each of the bidders.
I understand that. So I guess what we do is we put out an RFQ first, requests for qualifications, and those come in, and then we say, okay, now attach numbers to them.
We could, absolutely. I don't think usually in a contract like this we wouldn't, because it should be fairly simple, but we absolutely might. So, oh yeah, please.
Okay, so my understanding is that this bid went out as an RFP. So when you send an RFP out, you evaluate for whether the bids are responsive. That's what she's talking about, being qualifications. Well, not, it just, is it responsive? Did it check off all the things we required? The question is, did your RFP document say, Once we deemed you to be responsive, we were then going to evaluate you based on price. Or were there other factors? What did the RFP tell the bidders? That's the main question.
I believe the RFP stated that it would be the best qualified, not based entirely on price, but based on the expectation of what we wanted them to perform under the contract.
Ms. City Attorney, the council has a full prerogative and right to refuse and reject this bid.
You may.
That is a potential motion, or if they want further study, to move to
Yes.
continue the item.
Yes, and I think as a practical matter, you'd have to look at the fact that your existing contract is due to expire. So if you were to reject, then the natural consequence of that would probably be that we'd need to enter into some type of emergency extension.
Or a
to make sure-
month-to-month with RP.
Correct, correct. Some type of extension to make sure that services don't cease.
Can you please provide, I just want to make sure that the council is abundantly clear that those are their options, either to reject this bid and move on and proceed. It'd be a triggered effect. You'd have to somehow enter in a month-to-month.
Yeah, so your options are to accept the staff recommendation and take that action. Your other option is to reject the bids at this point, and to direct staff to make sure that you have coverage, or to give staff further direction.
But they don't have to accept the month-to-month either. They can opt out.
Correct, that is part of the danger. I suppose your other option is, if you're looking at all your options, is just to continue this item so that staff can come back, rather than reject those bids, continue the item so that staff can come back and answer some of the questions and be more clear about what the RFP required.
Mr. City Manager, I would be interested to find out, what does our park director think of this whole process? Because she's the point person here, and what's your reaction to this process, and are we getting good service from RP? And what's the reaction here? Because from what I've understood is that our parks, when we outsourced this to RP, that the level of service was exponential. We saw tree rings being carved out and a lot of extras, weed eating, etc.
So my recommendation is, this would be my recommendation for council to give staff all of their questions, and that staff bring this back to you in writing to address that. So I think your big question is, were they providing good service? Is it possible to extend?
Right.
Should we reject? Should we not reject? And perhaps come back with a staff report that addresses all those issues.
I think we're certainly willing to do that. We need to do it fairly quickly, because I think there is a risk if, we can't go without the service. Absolutely not, especially not going into the summer season.
Right.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because our director, who's the expert, also sat as part of the evaluation committee. So to put her on the spot now before you make that decision, also to be asking her about whether there were provisions or performance issues, I would like to talk to her about that.
Well, we're getting the hint here. Council, we have two members wishing to speak, and I don't want to stymie that, but sensing that we need to continue this item, would you like to continue with the question, or can we just go on with the motion to continue? All right. You have a question, Mr. Figueroa? Go ahead, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ibarra.
Thank you. I read the letter from RP. I've had encounters with RP at Paris Hill Park, and they've been very quick to respond when calls have been made. They raised some concerns in their letter, and I know for a fact that we have had these concerns for several years already in our city. One of them being that our irrigation systems are not working at those parks, either because they're being vandalized, or the other thing is we are restricted on the water usage right now. So those are two things that they pointed out. We have not, to my knowledge, we have not fixed the irrigation systems at those parks. Great example was Nicholson Park. We had to put down a lot of money for that park. But my encounter with them has been a good encounter, and it would be, I don't know, I just feel that we are trying to go to Van Nuys for a contract that we can get locally. I'm looking at the two San Bernardino RFPs that we got, and they're almost the same. with overseeding or not overseeding. There's 1.8, 1.6, it's only a $200,000 difference. But then when you go to Moreno Valley outside of the city, that amount increases drastically. So my take on this is that they make some good points. We have to work on our irrigation systems throughout our parks, something that's not going to be vandalized. And also take a look at how overseeding might be affected with the water restrictions that we currently have.
Okay, thank you.
So those are 2 items. Thank you.
There's a motion by Fred Charette to continue.
Second.
There's a second by Calvin.
To the next, would you be willing to amend it to the next, I insist on the next council meeting?
That's what we're working
Good.
with, Councilman.
Because otherwise we're
Yes.
going to be out of a contract.
We understand that. Okay, Councilman Figueroa.
Just one question here. I'm not sure who to direct this one to, but in somebody's professional experience, is it common, is it normal for a vendor such as this that provides these types of services to spend more money on overseeding than it would have to on landscaping? Is it normal to have to, that the spending is more in overseeding than it is in landscaping? Or is landscaping require much more of a higher cost than it would overseeding? Because the vendor that has been selected is proposing $1 million more in overseeding than it is in landscaping.
For the overseeding of the parks, we are not going to be doing all the parks. At this point of time, we will have selected park. Like, there is some issues with the irrigation that was mentioned that is going to be fixed, and the overseeing. So we will not be spending that much money in overseeing in the next year. That because of restriction of water, because of the irrigation that need to be fixed. But we had that point there, so in case we fix the irrigation, because we are going to be starting to fix the irrigation like for Second Lake and for Nicholson Park. So that is something that need to be hydroseed from time to time just to keep the growth of the grass.
Members cast your votes. Motion to continue.
Okay, the motion to continue passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item number 21. That was, I'm sorry. Item number 22 is our next pulled item from Councilmember Figueroa. Resolution adopting the list of projects and SB 1 2022-23 road maintenance program. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to keep us here later than we need to be. Mr. Kishta, what is the approximate thickness of a residential street with no high semi-traffic? Is it like 3 to 5
It
inches?
depends at, when it was built, what year.
Okay.
It all differ. We find it in some areas to be 2 inches. Some areas will be 5 inches. Some areas there's concrete and then the asphalt. So it differs from place to place.
Because what I'm reading here is that it's going
The
to
3
be...
to 5 is the approximate, because if we approve the project, so we go and we code it to know what is asphalt we have so we can replace it.
Now, reading the list that's on here, I was curious as far as what, and it's not on here, is there a way to find out or include in the future, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it, what their current estimated useful life years are? Because what we have here is that after it's been repaved, that it will be 20 to 30, is my understanding based on this chart. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Most of the streets that you have in this list, the estimated life left is between 2 and 5 years.
So the ones that are listed on here are between 2 and 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Do we have, to include how we come up with this list, do we also include the amount of traffic that goes down these streets, or are we just basing it off of how many years they have left?
It's the program that we have, the pavement management program that we have, it does estimate that at the, visual of what is the deterioration of the street, and that's how the number's been given. So when we search street, we just go to the program, say we need the top 5, 6, 7, 8 streets that is bad, or the top 10, 20, evaluate which one is segment that can give us the best to our money, and then include in this list.
Okay, because the point I'm trying to make with that is that if, let's say we have 2 streets, and they're both within the 2 to 5 years, whatever, of life expectancy, but one street you have maybe 20 vehicles per week, and then the other street has I don't know, 500 per week, we should really be focusing on the one that has
The more traffic.
the more traffic.
That's correct.
And so what I want to know, is that part of the
Yes, sir.
the
That is part of
formula
the
here? Okay.
evaluation.
And as far as the life expectancy, does the public have access to that? Are we able to access that somehow online? I know that it's probably a very large file and would be very difficult, just the bandwidth alone would, I don't know if we could support that online so that residents can go on there and look to see where does my street fall on, how many years. They can try to estimate, how many years before my street gets repaved, or try to compare it to what's being done. Is that available to the public?
Working with the city manager's office to get that done.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if anybody else has any questions. All right, move to approve.
Move for approval.
I'm sorry.
But I still have a comment I want to make. I want all future reports to start to show a little bit of the data that's driving these choices. Because Councilmember Figueroa mentioned it, J Street's getting done, and you're doing north of 2nd Street, which is about the same length as the south side of 2nd Street on J, but there are twice as many houses, and the street is just as bad, if not worse. And so then the questions arise. We need a score. We need how much it's going to impact the area. Because really what I'm thinking is, what's got to be done is, why this street in this spot? I mean, we have 2 more streets in a 1 mile radius that have the same issues, same traffic. And so you need to give us a little more data to back the decisions that are made.
Will do.
Councilmember Calvin.
Just for clarification, 13th Street, Montgomery Street to North K, is that First Ward or 6th?
According, I'm not sure after the redistricting, but according to the management system I have, it's Ward 6.
Because on the staff report, it says wards 1, 6, and 7. So I was just questioning that.
Yeah, that is, okay, so there is the 13th Street, 17 is in the 6th Ward.
Right.
31st in the 7th Ward.
Okay.
And then, yeah,
Just double
then 1
checking.
and 1, the last 2 streets, yes.
Okay, just double checking. Thank you.
You guys got to check all your wards, because due to redistricting, your reports are not reflective of the changes in the ward systems, the parks, everything else is not reflective anymore. So just be aware of that, staff directors, that things have changed because of that.
Redistrict, yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Approval by Figueroa, second by Calvin. Cast your votes, please. Members, cast your votes, please.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 23. Ms. Ibarra?
Yes, and I'm just requesting if it's possible to schedule a presentation for ranked choice voting with the League of Women Voters for the next council meeting. Just a presentation, no need to vote on it or anything, just so we can find out more about it.
I'll make a substitute motion. Yes, we should receive a presentation, but not from the League of Women Voters. This should be done by staff, and it should be impartial and give a recommendation.
Second that.
Any further discussion? Cast your votes.
I wanted to ask Councilmember Sanchez if you'll entertain a presentation by the Charter Review Committee.
Now you want the Charter Review Committee to make a presentation to the council?
Okay.
No, I mean, if they want to take a look at it, go ahead. But no, I think this presentation needs to be done by staff.
All right, members, cast your votes, please.
And I'd like to make a comment. I'll vote, but I'd like to make a comment that these items here at the end of the meetings, I'm going to try to support most of them. unless they just seem completely outrageous. But I, I want to stress the fact that just because I'm voting, I'm really trying to vote for transparency and vote for more information so that it can come back to us with more details. So I'm not going to have blinders on to an item, even though I may be voting on something tonight that I pretty much adamantly oppose, and when it comes back, I'll probably be voting no. But I can't say that for certainty, because until I've got all the information, I can't really. So moving these forward is not necessarily that we're supporting the item. I think it's important for the public to understand that.
Motion passes 5-1. Councilmember Figueroa voted in opposition.
Okay, item number 24, funding for summer skate session at Blair Park. This is added to be added for a future meeting. Is there
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that the staff bring back a presentation and recommendations for funding skate parks at our skate park events at all our skate parks throughout the city. We have 3 of them.
Yep.
2.5. And we shouldn't just be discussing possibility of one event at one park. It should be at the 3 parks where we have skate parks.
Second.
Okay, members, cast your votes, please.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. Thank you, council. This is item number 25, to be added for a future meeting, the demolition of Carousel Mall staff report. Is there a motion? Motion.
Move to approve.
My question. City Manager Field, isn't the demolition of the Carousel Mall part of our DDA, our agreement with the developers for our downtown?
It's been built into every version that we've done, yes.
Mr. Field, is the DDA even complete?
The DDA is not complete. We're in negotiations.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The DDA is not complete. We're in negotiations still, and we'll, as a matter of fact, have a negotiation session tomorrow.
Okay, so the DDA is not complete. So my request is that this be added to a future calendar. There's been a motion for approval. Is there a second? No city council member wants to support his council member, Figueroa.
This is already being discussed,
At least
and
for,
we are able to, we have a, there's a meeting we've just been advised
Okay.
of tomorrow, and it will be dealt with there.
Very good. Another example of a do-nothing city council. This
Exactly.
meeting is
I'd like
now
to make a comment concerning that.
I'm sorry, sir, you're not recognized. We're going to go ahead.
I'm going to recognize.
We're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
You know, there was a
in Beverly Earl's memory. Miss Earl was a champion for civil rights, our community, and we recognize her with a moment of silence. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.